In remote campsites across the wilderness, the human voice is rarely the loudest sound. Campers report unexplained footsteps, figures at the tree line, and the sense of being watched by something unseen. In this episode, we bring you true scary stories, desolate campsite encounters, first-hand accounts of deep woods terror, and presences no one could explain. My name is Dennis Cole, and I have always believed that the forest holds a peculiar kind of silence at night. A silence that is never truly empty. There are layers to it, like blankets folded, one over another, some born from the stillness of the trees, others from the hush of creatures that watch and wait in the shadows. I have been camping since I was a boy, and through the years I learned to respect those silences. They were not there for me, they belonged to the woods. All I could do was pass through, try not to disturb them, and leave no mark behind. That belief, that quiet faith in the rules of the forest, was shaken on the night I witnessed a thing that I still struggle to describe. It began in the hours between midnight and dawn, when every sound carries too far, when the world is fragile and strange. At 2 a.m, I saw a sleeping bag dragging itself across the dirt, leaving a trail toward my tent. I know how ridiculous that sounds. I would not believe myself if I heard the words from another's mouth. But I swear by everything I hold sacred, I watched it happen, and I have not been the same since. The campsite I had chosen was far off the main trail. An old fire ring crumbled to ash, and stones marking that others had once stopped there. I had been hiking alone in the northern range of the Appalachians, miles from where weekend campers usually gathered. My intention was to spend 3 nights, maybe 4, deep enough in the forest that the outside world felt like a rumor. I packed light but careful. My tent, a stove, food rations, rope, a flashlight, and a single sleeping bag. That bag was my lifeline against the cold mountain air, the thin shield between myself and the earth. The first day passed quietly. I set up camp near a creek, cooked a modest meal, and listened to the low rush of water as evening came. There was a comfort in being away from cell service, away from the hum of cars or voices. I fell asleep early, cocooned in the bag's synthetic warmth, the stars faint through the thin nylon above me. The second day carried the same rhythm. Long hikes, a few scribbles in my journal, boiled water for coffee, and a cautious fire kept small so as not to draw attention. Nothing about the woods seemed hostile. In fact, I recall thinking how unusually still the wildlife had been. No deer startled from the brush. No owls called at dusk. It was a silence I had mistaken for peace, though in hindsight it was closer to an absence, as though something larger had already taken claim of the land. When night fell on the second day, I felt heavier than usual, my limbs unwilling, my breath shallow. I blamed it on exhaustion. The mountain air is thin, and solitude makes the body sag in ways you do not notice until darkness comes. I tucked myself into my sleeping bag, zipped it up to my chest, and closed my eyes. Sleep came, but it did not hold me long. At 2 a.m, I awoke to the sound of scraping. It was not the rustle of leaves or the natural groan of a tree bending. It was a steady pull, a dragging weight across dirt. At first I thought it must be an animal nosing through my gear. I sat up and reached for my flashlight, its plastic body cool in my hand. The beam cut through the nylon tent wall, a pale disk of light trembling as I unzipped the flap. What I saw made my chest seize. Just 10 feet away, in the open patch of dirt where I had cooked dinner, A sleeping bag was dragging itself forward. Its body sagged and swelled, bending unnaturally, as though something inside shifted with deliberate effort. No arms protruded, no legs pressed outward. It moved like a worm, hitching forward in jolts, the fabric whispering against the soil. And worse, I recognized it instantly. It was my bag. I knew it could not be. My bag was under me, wrapped tight around my own body. Yet there it was, an identical twin, the same forest, green shell, the same stitched brand mark near the hood. It left a clear trail in the dust, inching closer to my tent with an unmistakable intent. I froze. The night air pressed cold against my skin, though sweat beaded on my forehead. I told myself I was dreaming, that this was a trick of fatigue, but my hands trembled too violently for it to be just imagination. The beam of my flashlight wavered across the bag's surface, and for a moment, I thought I saw the faint rise of breath against the fabric from within. I wanted to slam the tent shut and pretend it was not happening, but my body betrayed me. My legs slid out from under me, my boots crunching on the dirt as I stood outside, staring at it. The bag stopped moving. It lay still, twisted slightly, as if resting. My flashlight caught on the zipper, half open, its silver teeth glinting. Something inside shifted again, and I heard it, a low, muffled groan. The sound was human. I nearly dropped the light. The groan came again. Longer, like a man struggling to speak through cloth. I whispered, "Hello," though my voice shook, cracking against the silence. The bag twitched. Its hooded end lifted an inch, as if something inside was craning upward. Then it slammed back to the ground with a thud. The instinct to flee burned through me. My pack was half, zipped in the tent, my boots barely laced. I could have run, left everything, but I stood frozen, paralyzed between curiosity and dread. I took a step closer, just one. The bag jerked forward suddenly, dragging itself another foot toward me. My flashlight beam jittered over it, and I swore the zipper had inched lower. The groan inside became a whisper now, guttural, rasping, though I could not form the words. I stumbled backward, colliding with the tent. My heart battered my ribs, my breath scraping raw in my throat. Every part of me screamed to get away, yet I lingered, trapped by the horrific fascination of what I saw. The bag twitched again, slower this time, as though exhausted. Dirt coated its belly. The trail behind it blackened with damp patches, as though something wet leaked from within. I cannot explain what happened next with logic. The zipper pulled itself down, tooth by tooth, though no hand touched it. The sound of metal against metal was deafening in the still night. The gap widened, darkness spilling from inside like a mouth opening. My flashlight beam hovered, unsteady, over the seam. For one heart-stopping second, I thought I saw an eye, milky, lidless, peer back at me from within. I staggered, dropped the light, and the beam spun wild across the ground. By the time I snatched it up, the bag had stilled. The zipper was closed once more, sealed tight, as though nothing had happened. Only the damp trail remained as proof. I backed into the tent, zipped it shut with trembling hands, and sat against the fabric wall until dawn. I could not sleep. Every groan of the trees outside made me flinch. When the first pale light filtered through the branches, I dared to step outside. The ground was scarred with the same trail I had seen, stretching from the fire ring to within 2 feet of my tent. The sleeping bag itself was gone. I searched the area, circled trees, checked the creek, but there was no sign of it. My own bag lay inside the tent, where I had left it, undisturbed. though when I touched the fabric, it was damp, as though it had been dragged through wet soil. I did not stay a third night. By mid-morning I had packed everything, my nerves frayed, my skin raw from the sleepless hours. I hiked back toward the trailhead, every crunch of leaves behind me making me spin. Yet no matter how fast I walked, I felt as though something followed. That night did not leave me. It has not left me still. That was the first time I saw the sleeping bag crawl. It was not the last. I left the forest that morning with my pack cutting into my shoulders and a raw edge in my nerves that no amount of daylight could ease. The path twisted down the slope, rocks loose beneath my boots, branches clawing as if to keep me there. I remember telling myself I would never come back, that whatever I had seen would remain in those woods, bound to that patch of earth where it had revealed itself. But I was wrong. The bag, whatever lived in it, was not tied to one place. It followed. That night I booked a room in the only motel near the trailhead. The place smelled of mildew and stale cigarettes, its carpet threadbare, its curtains sun-faded. I didn't care. 4 walls and a locked door felt like safety. I dropped my pack on the floor, sat on the edge of the bed, and tried to laugh at myself. Maybe it had been exhaustion. Maybe I had seen a raccoon tangled in someone's discarded gear. But I could not explain the sound, that muffled groan, nor the wetness on my own bag. I unzipped it with shaking hands. The lining was clean, the familiar synthetic smell intact, but when I pressed my palm against the bottom, dampness seeped cold into my skin. There was no stain, no visible moisture, just that clammy sensation, as though it had been soaked and dried too quickly. I shoved it back into the corner, draped a towel over it, and told myself I would buy a new one in the morning. Sleep did not come easily. Every time my eyes closed, I saw the zipper sliding on its own, the shadow of something pressing upward from inside. At some point near dawn, exhaustion dragged me under. I dreamed of the trail, of hearing dragging noises behind me that never stopped no matter how fast I ran. When I woke, the towel I had thrown over the bag was on the floor, and the bag itself was halfway across the room. I stared at it for a long time, my heart pounding against my ribs. The carpet beneath showed faint marks where the nylon had scraped. I knew then that leaving the forest had not freed me. I stuffed the bag into the motel's dumpster and drove 4 hours south, refusing to look in the rearview mirror more than necessary. I stayed with my sister for a week, crashing on her couch, pretending I just needed a change of scenery. I told her I was between jobs, that I needed quiet. What I did not tell her was that every night I woke to the sound of fabric shifting near the door. That once, in the thin crack beneath it, I swore I saw the edge of green nylon slide by, dragging something heavy along with it. She never noticed. The house remained untouched, her mornings bright and normal. Only I heard it. Only I saw the faint trails on the carpet in the morning, like someone had dragged luggage across the floor. I told myself I was going mad, that sleep deprivation was painting hallucinations across my eyes. But one night, when I leaned over the couch to peer into the hallway, I saw it clearly: the sleeping bag, my sleeping bag, collapsed against the wall. Its zipper was half undone, its hooded opening facing me like a mouth yawning wide. The whisper came again, that same guttural rasp I had first heard in the woods. This time, though, I caught the shape of words: "Let me in." I froze. My throat clamped shut. The bag twitched once, the zipper tugging down another inch. "Let me in," it said again. though the sound was warped, as though filtered through layers of cloth and soil. I grabbed my pack and bolted through the front door, leaving everything else behind. I drove until sunrise, the roads empty, my hands numb on the steering wheel. That was the beginning of the chase. No matter where I went, it found me. It did not follow like a person would, with footsteps or headlights in the mirror. It arrived in places it had no right to be. A guest room, a friend's basement, the back seat of my car when I returned from a rest stop. Always the same bag, always damp to the touch, always dragging itself toward me with obscene patience. I burned it once. I had rented a cabin far west, thinking maybe distance would matter. When I saw the bag lying at the foot of the bed, I hauled it outside, doused it with lighter fluid, and struck a match. The flames rose quickly, the nylon shriveling and curling, smoke biting my lungs. I stood there until only blackened shreds remained, the air reeking of chemicals. Relief washed over me, foolish and fragile. I thought I had won. The next morning, the bag was back inside the cabin, pristine, folded neatly at the end of the bed. I do not know how it works. I do not know what it wants. But each time it appears, the voice grows clearer. No longer just muffled groans, but a man's tone, low and insistent. Let me in. Let me in, Dennis. It knows my name. The more I resisted, the more violent its presence became. Once I woke to find myself inside of it, my arms pinned, my legs bound by the tight nylon cocoon. The zipper was close to my chin, though I had fallen asleep in a different room entirely. The bag rocked as if something outside pulled it, dragging me across the floor. I thrashed and screamed until I somehow broke free, tumbling onto the hardwood. When I looked back, the bag was empty, lying flat, its zipper wide open as if mocking me. I cannot tell anyone. Who would believe me? My sister already thinks I am unraveling, and she is not wrong. My eyes burn from lack of rest. I flinch at the scrape of fabric against furniture. I cannot stand the sight of luggage in airports or duffel bags in storefronts. At times, I wonder if it is not the bag that crawls toward me, but me crawling slowly toward it, drawn against my will. 2 weeks after the first encounter, I tried one final thing, abandoning everything. No pack, no tent, no bag, and taking only cash and the clothes on my back. I moved through cities, stayed in hostels, slept on benches. But still, it came. I would wake in an unfamiliar room to find it crouched by the door. I would hear the drag of it behind me in alleys. Once, in a subway car late at night, I turned to find it stretched across the seat opposite, rocking gently with the train. No one else reacted. They did not even seem to see it. I began to wonder if it had chosen me long before the forest. That maybe the sighting in the mountains was not the beginning, but the moment I finally noticed. Perhaps it had been with me for years, hiding in the corners of my life, waiting for me to acknowledge it. The voice grows bolder. At first it only whispered when close. Now it follows me even in daylight, even in crowded streets. Let me in. It's cold here. You're warm. Sometimes it changes. I will hear my mother's voice from inside, or a childhood friend long dead, or even my own, distorted but recognizable. The zipper moves in tiny jerks, as if fingers press from the inside. I cannot bear to look for long. The strangest part, the most horrifying part, is that some nights I want to obey. Fatigue softens the terror, blunts my will. I think about unzipping the bag and sliding inside, letting the fabric close over me. What if the struggle would end then? What if the whisper would finally stop? But I know better. Every instinct tells me that if I give in, if I crawl inside, I will not come back. Tonight I sit in a cheap rented room, writing this by the glow of a single lamp. The bag lies against the wall, silent for now, though I know it waits. I can feel its gaze, though it has no eyes. I can hear the faint rasp of breath inside it, time to mine, as if it is learning. I do not know how long I can resist. The lamp flickered as I wrote, a faint buzz from the bulb reminding me that even electricity was not a guarantee of safety. I kept glancing at the wall where the bag rested. Its shape sagged inward, a crumpled thing, yet I could not shake the impression that it was breathing. Slow, deliberate inhalations, the nylon lifting and falling with each one. Every so often the zipper would twitch, just a fraction of an inch, the teeth shifting in the silence. I told myself if I could last until dawn, I would leave again. I would abandon this room, this town, and keep moving. But dawn had stopped mattering. The bag never cared for sunlight. It followed in every condition, never rushed, never faltered. It was patience incarnate, and I was running out of strength. The voice came around 3 in the morning. Soft at first, the way a person might murmur in sleep. Dennis. It stretched my name into something long and warped. I clenched my fists and ignored it. The second time it was clearer. Dennis, let me in. You're tired. So tired. I pressed my palms against my ears. But the sound was inside my head as much as outside. The bag shuddered once, then stilled again, as if waiting for me to respond. I tried reasoning with myself. What if I opened it and found nothing inside? What if I had been unraveling for weeks, chasing shadows until they formed into monsters of their own? But reason failed in the face of memory. The damp trail across the dirt, the groan that was undeniably human, the mornings when I woke to find myself trapped inside its suffocating walls. No hallucination left bruises on my wrists. Sleep crept over me in spite of terror. My body slumped forward, pen slipping from my fingers. I dreamed again of dragging sounds, of nylon scraping stone. I dreamed of opening the zipper and seeing my own face inside, pale and wet-eyed, begging me to climb in. When I startled awake, the lamp had gone out. The room was ink black. I fumbled for the flashlight in my pack, heart hammering, and when I turned it on, the beam struck the corner where the bag had been. It was gone. The air was thick, suffocating. I swept the light across the floor, and my stomach turned. The bag was no longer against the wall. It was beside the bed, pressed tight, its hooded opening turned upward as if watching me. The zipper was down to the middle, the black gap gaping like a throat. I bolted upright, clutching the light with both hands. The bag did not move, but the voice did. Louder now, closer than it had ever been. Dennis, please, I'm cold. You'll be warm. Just one breath inside. I staggered back until my shoulders hit the opposite wall. The bag twitched, a small convulsion that sent the fabric rustling. I knew if I stayed, it would not stop. It would drag itself higher, onto the bed, over me, until there was nowhere left to go. I grabbed my pack, shoved the flashlight into my pocket, and fled into the night. The motel hallway was empty, the hum of the vending machine distant, but even there I could hear it, the faint scrape of nylon on carpet, following. I drove without destination, without thought, the road a blur of headlights and painted lines. Hours bled together. At times I thought I had left it behind, that the silence in the car meant freedom. But each time I stopped, at a rest area, at a diner, at the shoulder of some forgotten road, I found it, always near, always patient. The bag waiting, Once, on a lonely stretch of highway, I pulled over just to breathe. I left the car door open, sat on the gravel shoulder with my head in my hands. When I lifted my eyes, it was there on the opposite side of the road, sprawled across the yellow grass, zipper half open. A hand, pale, too thin, pressed against the gap from within. Fingers curled, reaching outward. I screamed until my throat tore. I drove again, faster. The lines of the highway stretching into madness. Days blurred. I stopped answering calls. I stopped speaking to anyone at all. My world became nothing but the bag, the whister, the constant weight of it shadowing me. I began to believe the voice. Maybe I was tired enough to want it. Maybe there was peace inside. The final night came without warning. I was camped in a field outside a small town, too broke for another motel, too restless to sleep in the car. I had no tent, no shelter, just the open stars and the thin grass swaying around me. For a while I felt almost calm, as though the distance from walls and doors gave me a chance to breathe. But then came the sound. That familiar drag, the scrape of nylon over earth. My body tensed. The stars above seemed to dim. When I lifted my head, I saw it. The bag pulling itself across the grass toward me, slow and steady. Each jerk forward was deliberate, every pause measured. The zipper was down nearly to the bottom. Inside, something shifted. A face pressed against the fabric, distorted but unmistakably human. Its lips moved with the words I already knew. Let me in. I stood, though my legs shook. What are you? I shouted into the night. My voice cracked against the emptiness. What do you want from me? The bag stilled. For the first time, it answered clearly. I want to come home. The zipper slid lower. The face beneath stretched, features twisting, eyes blank and endless. I took a step back. But the ground beneath me felt unsteady, as though it too wanted to drag me toward that open maw. The voice shifted then, becoming my own. My mouth moved with it, though I had not willed it. Dennis, let me in. I dropped to my knees, clutching my skull. The whispers filled every corner of me, louder than blood in my ears. I could not think. I could not breathe. The bag was only feet away now. Its opening yawning, the darkness inside infinite. I wanted to fight, but I was so tired. Every mile, every night without sleep. Every scream had eroded me down to nothing. And the promise inside those words, warmth, home, an end to the chase, tempted me with a weight I could not resist. When the bag reached me, the zipper opened wide on its own. The darkness stretched, swallowing the night around it. Cold air rushed out, pulling at my clothes, tugging me forward. I struggled, but my limbs felt weak, unwilling. The ground tilted, and before I understood what was happening, I was falling into it. The world outside vanished. I landed in suffocating blackness, fabric pressed tight around me. My arms pinned, my legs bound. The smell of damp soil filled my lungs. I thrashed, but the more I fought, the tighter it held. The whispers surrounded me, countless voices now. Some I knew, some I didn't, all murmuring the same words, home. Home. I screamed until my throat shredded. I begged, but no one heard. No one ever does. And then, silence. The bag stilled, the voices hushed. My body lay heavy, no longer thrashing, no longer resisting. For a moment, I thought I had died. But then I realized something far worse. I was still alive, and I was no longer outside the bag. I was part of it. I felt the fabric as though it were my own skin, felt the damp earth against it, felt the drag as it pulled itself forward. And within me, within the suffocating folds, something else waited, someone else whispering now for me to open, to let them in. It never ends. If you ever find a sleeping bag abandoned in the woods, or in a motel, or on the side of the road, don't touch it. Don't unzip it. Don't listen to the whispers. Because once it crawls toward you, it never stops. And once you let it in, you'll never leave. My name is Isabel Turner, and until the night I stumbled upon what I now call the final campsite, I considered myself a cautious traveler, a person who respected boundaries and followed the marked paths of the world. I had been camping since my college days, never reckless, never one of those who vanished into wilderness news reports because they thought themselves braver than the trees. My trips were deliberate, researched, carefully prepared. That weekend was no different, or at least, it began with no difference. I drove north into a national forest whose reputation was mostly harmless, a place where families visited in summer, where backpackers filled trail registers with neat, hopeful signatures. My GPS, the kind I trusted for years, guided me beyond the usual loops to a location marked only as Campsite 23. When I looked it up beforehand, I found little information. A faded listing in a forgotten forum, no official mention on the park's website. It seemed almost like a leftover, a place once open to the public but since neglected. That obscurity drew me in. I thought I might find some solitude there, a place where the silence was thick and no headlights cut through the trees at night. I wanted isolation in measured doses, and that was what I sought. The drive took hours, and the pavement gave way to dirt long before the sun dropped behind the hills. My phone signal flickered into nothing, but my GPS still clung to its duty, the arrow inching toward the end of the path. I remember the windows down, the smell of pine mixing with dust, the thud of rocks beneath my tires. The forest grew denser, trees leaning inward like conspirators. I kept glancing at the battery level on the screen, worried the unit might die before I reached my destination. I was not afraid then, just cautious. I carried extra water, food, and a flashlight. I had a tent strapped to the roof and a knife tucked into the glove compartment. Nothing unusual. By the time the display read, "You have arrived," twilight had faded into that grayness where shapes blur and distances collapse. I slowed the car, scanning for a clearing, a sign, any marker of a designated campsite. Instead, my headlights spread over uneven ground, weeds breaking through what might once have been a road. I parked at the edge, turned off the engine, and sat there listening. No insects hummed. No owls called. The forest pressed inward with a silence so deep it became sound itself, a low vibration in my chest. That was when I noticed the outlines ahead, shapes that did not look like picnic tables or fire rings, not like benches or structures meant for campers. They rose crookedly from the ground, uneven in height, some leaning, some broken. From a distance they resembled weathered headstones, and as I stepped out of the car and approached with my flashlight, the resemblance sharpened. What I found was not graves, not literally, but it might as well have been. Dozens of stone markers, crude and unpolished, jutted from the earth in rows. Some bore scratches like letters carved long ago, eroded to the point of nonsense. Others stood blank, their surfaces smooth yet scarred by time. Between them, fire pits had collapsed into piles of ash and rock, as if abandoned years earlier. Torn fragments of nylon clung to branches, fluttering in the faint breeze. A broken folding chair lay on its side, its fabric stiff with rot. The more I looked, the less it seemed like any campsite I had ever seen. It was too arranged, too deliberate. The stones did not sit randomly. They formed a grid, an order, a geometry of intent. I remember the chill that ran through me then. My first instinct was to leave, to return to the car, turn around, and drive until the night loosened its grip. But another instinct kept me there, something that said I had come too far to retreat so quickly. Logic whispered that the stones were remnants of some old settlement or a forgotten ranger project. Perhaps they marked campsites once numbered and maintained, later left to decay. I convinced myself of that as I set up my tent near the edge, away from the markers, close enough to the car to leave quickly if needed. My flashlight beam trembled as I hammered stakes into the soil. When darkness deepened, I lit my small camping stove, cooked a packet of rice, and ate with mechanical precision. The quiet gnawed at me. I kept pausing to listen, waiting for the familiar chorus of nocturnal life. Nothing. It was as if sound itself avoided the place. Even my chewing felt loud, intrusive. I thought of turning on music from my car, but the idea seemed wrong, like playing a radio in a church. The stones deserved silence, demanded it. I tried to distract myself by reading under the glow of my lantern. The book in my hand blurred. My eyes kept lifting to the rows outside, those crooked silhouettes swaying as shadows lengthened. They reminded me of people at a distance, heads bowed, waiting for something. Each time I blinked, I expected one of them to shift, to step forward. None did, but the expectation remained, pulsing like a second heartbeat. I crawled into my tent early, zipped it shut, and told myself to sleep. Inside, the air felt heavier, the fabric walls thinner than usual. I lay on my back, staring at the faint outline of the roof. Minutes stretched. My watch ticked loud in the stillness. I must have drifted, but if I did, sleep was shallow and cruel. I woke with a start to the faint crunch of footsteps outside. At first I thought it was a deer. I held my breath, listening. The steps circled. Slow and deliberate, the weight too measured for an animal. The sound paused near the car, then near the tent, then drifted among the stones. My throat tightened. I reached for the beside my sleeping bag and gripped it until my hand ached. The steps stopped. Silence fell again. I forced myself to remain still, telling myself it was nothing, a trick of settling earth, an echo of my imagination. Hours seemed to pass before my body yielded to exhaustion. When dawn came, pale and colorless, I unzipped the tent and staggered outside. The stones looked the same, cold and indifferent. No footprints marked the soil, at least none I could find. The air carried no birdsong, no breeze. My car sat as I left it. Rationality returned with daylight, and I laughed weakly at myself. Yet beneath the laughter lingered unease, a sour taste at the back of my throat. I decided to explore, to prove to myself there was nothing extraordinary here. I walked among the stones, counting them, touching their rough surfaces. Some crumbled under my fingers. I paused at one taller than the rest, where a faint carving remained. 3 letters, Isa, though the final character was lost to time. My breath caught. Isabel. My own name beginning to emerge from stone. I backed away quickly, heart pounding. Coincidence, I told myself. Nothing more. By afternoon, I debated leaving. My instincts pushed for retreat, but my stubbornness argued otherwise. I had driven too far, planned too much. To abandon the site, after one uneasy night, felt cowardly. I resolved to stay another evening, but to keep the fire bright and my knife near. I gathered wood from the forest edge, noting how reluctant the trees seemed to give it. Branches broke reluctantly, damp though no rain had fallen. As the sun lowered again, shadows lengthened across the stones, and I felt the campsite shift. It was subtle at first. A tilt in the air, a tension like the moment before thunder. My skin prickled. I told myself to finish cooking quickly, to remain calm. But calm was slipping through my hands. When the last rays vanished, the stones seemed taller. I swear I saw movement between them. Brief flickers like figures stepping just out of sight. My fire cracked loudly, a defiance that felt both comforting and dangerous. That night, when I finally crawled into my tent again, I kept the lantern burning low inside. Its glow made the walls shiver with faint shapes. I listened, every nerve taut, waiting for the return of footsteps. They did not come in the same way. Instead, there was a sound like whispers, too soft to understand, rising and falling as though from beneath the earth. My name surfaced among them once, sharp and unmistakable. I pressed my hands to my ears, knife clutched, eyes wide. I do not know how long the whispers lasted, but when silence returned, it was heavier than before, a silence that down like soil over a coffin. Sleep never came. I lay awake until the first smear of daylight filtered through the nylon, and when I emerged, the fire pit still smoldered, though I had doused it thoroughly before crawling inside. It was then I realized the campsite was not a place meant for the living. The stones were not markers of rest, but of persistence, something left behind that refused to vanish. I should have left immediately. I should have packed my things and driven until the forest receded. But instead, I lingered, pulled by a compulsion I could not name, as though the campsite itself wanted me, there for reasons I had yet to understand. And that was how the second night began, the night that would strip away the last of my disbelief. I told myself I would leave in the morning, but that promise felt flimsy even as I made it. There was a pull to the place, not like an invitation, but more like a hand on the back of my neck, guiding me toward a seat I did not want to take. I tried to rationalize again, tried to tell myself I only wanted to document the oddness, maybe to share it later as a strange travel story to friends who never strayed far from city streets. But in truth, I already felt claimed. The campsite, or graveyard, or whatever it truly was, had set its teeth in me. That afternoon I wandered farther among the stones, though I had little appetite for exploration. The grid was wider than I thought, stretching deep into the trees. I counted dozens more markers than I had the previous day. It was as if the forest rearranged itself while I slept, pulling more rows into being. Some of the stones stood freshly risen, the earth at their base unsettled, as though they had broken ground only hours earlier. That detail burrowed into me like a worm. I told myself I was mistaken, that I had simply overlooked them before. Yet my memory insisted otherwise. Near one of those newer stones, I saw something that broke whatever fragile explanation I had built. A piece of nylon fabric, bright blue, clung to the stone's edge as if snagged. I recognized the pattern instantly. It was the same material as my own tent. My heart stalled. I dropped the fabric as if it burned, scanning my tent back at the edge of the clearing. From a distance, it looked intact. Still, the fabric fragment was undeniable. It was mine. The rest of that day I remained near my car, pacing, trying to decide. The silence was not absence anymore. It was pressure. Even when I hummed or muttered to myself, the sound fell dead, absorbed by something larger than the forest. I could not shake the feeling that the stones were watching me. No eyes, no faces, but a watching all the same, the kind that prickles the skin until you scratch yourself raw. Dusk came like a guillotine. One moment the trees glowed with weak amber light. The next they were dark silhouettes. I built the fire higher than before, every crack of flame a shield. As shadows gathered, the whispers began again. This time I did not pretend they were tricks of imagination. They rose low and steady, weaving through one another like threads of a single tapestry. My name floated up often, spoken in tones that shifted, sometimes mocking, sometimes cold as metal. Isabel, Isabel, Isabel. The more I heard it, the more I felt pulled toward the stones, as if the whispers were bait cast into my chest. I stayed by the fire, clutching the knife. Hours stretched. The whispers grew clearer until they began to form fragments of sentences. Come closer. Sit with us. Do not leave. One voice, low and rasping, repeated the same phrase again and again. This is the final campsite. Each time it said it, the stones seemed to lean, the lines between them bending toward me. At some point I realized the fire was dying. I had gathered enough wood, but the flames dwindled anyway, collapsing into blackness as though starved of air. Panic surged. I threw branch after branch into the pit, but the fire refused to rise. Soon only coals glowed, red as staring eyes. The dark swelled around me, thick and suffocating. That was when I saw them. Figures moving among the stones, pale and indistinct, as though the air itself took shape. They did not walk so much as drift, their forms trembling at the edges like smoke. I counted 5, then 7, then lost count as more appeared, each one pausing near a stone before gliding onward. Their heads turned toward me, though no features marked their faces. I tried to convince myself I was dreaming, that fear had finally split me from reality. But then one figure broke away and came closer, close enough that the lantern light caught its surface. It was not empty. Its face was mine. I stumbled back, knife raised. Though what could a blade do against such a thing? The figure tilted its head, lips moving soundlessly before the words entered me without sound. Stay, Isabel. Stay here. The words crawled across my skin. I screamed then, the sound torn raw from my throat, and the figure shivered apart into air. But the others remained. They circled slowly, their numbers growing. Each one bore some piece of familiarity. A hand like mine, a curve of shoulder, a tilt of head. They were me, multiplied and hollow. I bolted into the tent, zipped it shut as if fabric could hold them out. I crouched there all night, knife clutched, whispering to myself that dawn would end it. The voices swirled outside, rising and falling in waves. Sometimes laughter, sometimes moans. Always my name. When the sky finally paled, I burst out of the tent and ran to the car. My hands shook as I jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine roared, a sound so blessedly alive it nearly made me cry. But when I turned the wheel, the tires spun in mud that had not been there before. The ground had softened, swallowing the rubber half deep. I tried again and again, the car lurching but never pulling free. I slammed my fists against the steering wheel, screaming into the stale air. Exhausted, I staggered out and collapsed by the car door. The forest around me seemed endless, the stones uncountable now, stretching in every direction. I no longer believed they were markers of the dead. They were seats at a table, and each night, more of them filled. That day passed in haze. I did not eat. I barely drank. I only stared at the stones, waiting for them to shift again, waiting for the sun to sink. I told myself I would try to walk out at first light, leave the car behind if I had to. But some deeper part of me already doubted I would ever make it. Night fell heavier than before, thick as ink. The whispers began immediately, as though they had been waiting for me. This time they sang a low chant without melody, a chorus that rattled my bones. I built another fire, but the flames rose weak, guttering even as I fed them. The figures returned, more solid now, their pale forms circling closer. I saw my own eyes reflected again, and again, empty and endless. One of them reached the edge of the firelight and stopped. Its mouth opened wide, wider than possible, stretching until its jaw seemed to split. From within came not words, but a shriek like stone grinding against stone. The sound pierced me, shoving me back until I fell. My ears rang. The other figures swayed as if pleased. I crawled into the tent again, clutching the knife, though I knew it was useless. I could not stop shaking. The voices pressed closer, their chant merging into a single line repeated endlessly. This is the final campsite. This is the final campsite. This is the final campsite. At some point I must have lost consciousness, because I woke to gray dawn once more. My body ached, my throat raw. The stones stretched farther than ever, vanishing into mist. I rose on weak legs, determined to try walking out. I stuffed what little I could into my pack, left the rest, and set off toward the direction of the main road. The forest was wrong. Trails bent back upon themselves. Trees I swore I passed already loomed again. After hours of walking, I stumbled into the clearing once more. My car waiting, my tent sagging, the stones endless. I screamed until my voice broke. The forest gave nothing back. By evening I was too tired to fight. I sat by the car, watching the shadows lengthen, feeling the pull of the stones. They were not waiting for me to flee. They were waiting for me to accept. And as the last light vanished, I felt the earth soften beneath me, the soil breathing like a chest. I knew then I would not walk out. I knew that whatever had claimed this place was preparing a stone for me too, one more marker in the final campsite. I do not remember sitting down among the stones, only the way the cold seeped up through the soil, as though the ground itself had hands. The night carried no wind, no scent of pine, no sounds but the voices. They wove around me like a net. I told myself I was not staying, that I was only resting, only gathering strength to try again at dawn. But the stones knew the truth long before I admitted it. I was already theirs. The fire refused to catch that night. Every spark I coaxed from the lighter died before flame could take root. Even the lantern faltered, its glow sputtering weak until it became a dim halo that revealed more than it hid. Figures crowded the edges, no longer transparent but nearly flesh. Each one looked like me at different ages. My child self with tangled hair, my college self with sleepless eyes, my present self hollowed with fear. They stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a wall of Isabels, each one whispering in rhythm. This is the final campsite. Their voices overlapped until the words became a vibration in my teeth. I pressed my palms against my ears, but it did not matter. The sound was inside me. My knife lay at my side, useless. I wanted to scream, to drown them out, but my throat produced only hoarse gasps. At some point I ran, though I do not recall the moment I decided. I bolted into the trees, stumbling, branches slapping my arms. The forest shifted as it had before, folding back upon itself, but I ran anyway, driven by the animal instinct to flee. My flashlight beam bobbed wildly until it flickered and died, leaving only darkness. Still I ran until my legs collapsed beneath me. When I looked up, the stones surrounded me once more. My car sat a few yards away, headlights staring like blind eyes. I sobbed into the dirt, too broken to rage. The forest was a maze with one destination, and I had reached it no matter which path I chose. That night, I did not return to the tent. I sat against a stone taller than the rest, the one with the letters that nearly spelled my name. Its surface was cold, but I leaned into it anyway, too wary to resist. The whispers softened, almost gentle, almost soothing, as though they approved. My eyelids sagged, my mind floated. For the first time since arriving, sleep came without struggle. I dreamed I was buried, not in a coffin, but directly beneath the soil, my face pressed against roots, my lungs heavy with dirt. Yet I could still hear, still see through the veil of earth. Above me, figures sat in neat rows around a fire that never died, their faces both strangers and mirrors. Each held a stone marker in their lap, carving names into it with fingers that bled but never stopped. One figure looked up and smiled at me, lips split wide, teeth glinting like shards. The name on its stone was my own. I woke gasping, clawing at the air. Dawn had come, though it looked sickly, pale as the face of someone dying. My body ached as if I had been lying on rock all night. My nails were caked with soil. I staggered toward the car, tried once more to start it, but the engine would not even turn. The key twisted uselessly, the silence swallowing the click. That day blurred into waiting. I drank the last of my water, chewed dry food without tasting it. I no longer planned escape. I only watched the stones, counting them, though their number shifted each time I looked. By afternoon, I saw one I had never seen before, close to my tent. The letters carved into it were fresh, the grooves deep and wet as if cut only hours earlier. The name was complete this time. Isabel Turner. I did not touch it. I only stared until the sky darkened again. That final night, I no longer feared the figures. They came as they always did, but this time I rose to meet them. My legs moved without command, carrying me into the grid of stones. They parted to let me pass, their pale faces gleaming with a joy that chilled and warmed at once. In the center of the clearing burned a fire that should not have been possible, tall and bright though no wood fed it. Around it sat others, dozens, maybe hundreds, each with faces both familiar and strange. Some I recognized from old photos, family gone years before. Some I had never seen, yet they looked at me as if we shared blood. One empty space waited at the circle's edge, beside the stone that bore my name. I lowered myself into it. The soil was soft, warm as flesh. The whispers rose in greeting, merging into a chant that shook the air. My chest filled with something too heavy to breathe, too vast to resist. I felt myself slipping, my skin thinning, my edges blurring. The Isabels around me smiled as my form joined theirs, my features folding into their endless repetition. I do not know what became of my body. Perhaps it lies still in that forest, slumped against stone, rotting with the tent fabric and the broken chairs. Or perhaps it sank fully into the earth, claimed like fuel for the fire that never dies. What I know is this: I am no longer singular. I am voice among voices, face among faces, one stone among countless others. The final campsite is not a place to rest, but a place to remain, and once you arrive, you do not leave. If you read this, if somehow these words find you, know this truth: the forest holds more than trails and rivers. Somewhere deep inside, past the maps and the signals, lies a clearing of stones, a campsite marked by silence. You may think you are strong enough to enter and leave, but you will be wrong. The final campsite does not let go. It waits, patient and endless, and when you arrive, it will carve your name too. And when it does, you will hear us. We will be calling. We will be singing. And you will answer, because here, everyone always does. My name is Daniel Avery, and I have spent most of my adult life searching for places that feel untouched. The kind of wilderness where silence lingers longer than it should, and the air carries secrets that modern life has long since forgotten. I am 34 years old, a surveyor by trade, and I often hike alone along trails that most people avoid, both for the solitude and for the strange sense of history embedded in the land. On the evening when my story began, I was following the riverbank of the Buffalo Rapids, a rugged section of water tucked deep in the Ozarks. Dusk had settled with that muted glow where colors blur into one another, and the trees take on the shapes of watchful figures. It was in that fading light that I first saw the lantern. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the reflection. The rapids churned white against the rocks, spitting up a mist that caught the last orange smear of the sun. But as I adjusted my footing on the uneven stones, I noticed a glow hanging above the water itself, as if someone were carrying a lantern along the current. The light swayed with deliberate rhythm, not the erratic flicker of firelight reflected on moving water, but something steady, something guided. The strange part was obvious. No one stood on the rocks, no boat cut through the current, no hand held that flame aloft. I froze, unsure whether to call out or stay silent. I had been hiking for hours without seeing another soul. The nearest trailhead was miles back, and most visitors avoided the rapids after dark because the rocks became treacherously slick. I tightened the strap of my pack and simply stared. The glow drifted downstream, hovering a few feet above the rushing water, bright enough to carve out a circle in the dusk. My rational mind insisted it had to be some kind of optical phenomenon, a trapped reflection, headlights bouncing strangely from a road I could not see, even the fireflies clustered together in some uncanny trick. Yet deep down, my instincts screamed that I was looking at some that belonged to no ordinary explanation. Curiosity gnawed at me, as it always does when I wander into the unknown. I began to follow. The rocks groaned beneath my boots. The river splashed cold mist against my legs, and the cicadas sang a droning chorus behind me. The lantern moved slowly, as though aware of my pace, as though it wanted me close enough to see but not to touch. Each time the glow dipped near the water, I expected to see a shape revealed. A figure, a reflection, a pole, anything. But the light floated untethered, haloed in smoke that never dispersed. My thoughts turned to the old stories I had read in dusty county archives, the kind of lore that people pass down when the night fire is low. River lanterns were said to be omens, lights carried by those who drowned and never found their way home, spirits luring the living toward the currents that claimed them. I had always chalked such tales up to imagination, to the way fear bends nature into myth. Standing there with my heart hammering and my skin crawling, I began to wonder if imagination was sometimes a door rather than a disguise. The lantern slowed near a bend where the rapids deepened into a violent whirlpool. The water there surged with brutal force, frothing white, roaring so loud that I had to raise a hand to steady my balance from the vibration alone. The glow hung above it, suspended like an offering, and for a moment I swore I saw shadows shift within it, faces blurred in the fire, eyes hollow and watching. My chest clenched tight, and every instinct told me to turn back, to retreat to the safety of the trail, before darkness swallowed the last of the sky. But I did not turn back. I am not proud of the stubbornness that often overrides my better judgment, yet it is the same stubbornness that has guided my career, that has made me step into the wild where others dare not tread. I edged closer, boots skidding against wet stone, breath clouding in the cooling air. The lantern pulsed, brighter than before, and then, impossibly, it rose higher. The glow drifted away from the whirlpool and toward the opposite bank. It was leading me somewhere. I searched the ground for any sign of footprints, any hint that another person might be crossing ahead of me. There was nothing, only moss, slick granite, and the constant spray of the river. I began to climb along the narrow ledge that clung to the bend. Each step carried weight. Each slip threatened a plunge into the hungry water. I told myself to keep my eyes on the rock, not the light. Yet my gaze returned again and again to that glowing beacon. It seemed to wait when I faltered, as though it knew I was struggling. By the time I reached a wider stretch of bank, night had truly fallen. The forest pressed close, branches knitting into a ceiling that blocked the stars. The lantern, now 30 feet ahead, illuminated the trunks in a soft golden glow. And then, for the first time, I heard something besides the water, a whisper, at first faint, like wind through reeds, but unmistakably human in cadence. I froze, straining to listen. Words rose and fell but slipped away before I could grasp them. Fragments in a language I did not know, or perhaps too distorted by the roar of the river. The lantern flared, and the whispering ceased. I stood alone in the dark, every sense heightened. My ears picked up the drip of water from branches, the scratch of insects in the underbrush. My eyes followed the light, as it hovered near a cluster of trees, directly beside a collapsed structure that I had not noticed until then. It was a cabin, or what remained of one, hidden in the thicket at the bend. The roof had caved long ago, timbers blackened as though by fire, the stone foundation slick with moss. The lantern lingered above its entrance, swaying gently, urging me closer. My pulse thundered. I stepped forward, gravel crunching underfoot, until I stood at the threshold of ruin. The air here was different, colder, damp, heavy with the smell of char. I peered inside. Moonlight managed only thin threads through the canopy, and the glow of the lantern framed the jagged edges of broken beams. Within the shadows, something stirred. My breath caught. It was not movement of animal or breeze, but of presence, an awareness that locked onto me, pressing like a weight against my chest. The lantern dipped lower, hovering inches above the ground as though setting itself before the doorway. Then, as if a flame were pinched between unseen fingers, the light blinked out. Darkness rushed in, swallowing everything. For several seconds, I stood blind, heart pounding in my ears, the smell of smoke filling my nose. When my eyes adjusted, the cabin remained, a silhouette against deeper black, but the lantern was gone. I whispered my own name aloud, a reflex I cannot explain, as though to anchor myself in reality. My voice quivered against the walls of night. No answer came, only the rush of the river and the soft groan of timber settling into rot. I should have turned and left then, should have retraced my steps to the trail. Yet something in that ruined doorway pulled at me, a compulsion born of equal parts dread and fascination. I stepped across the threshold. Inside, the air grew thicker, muffling the world outside. My flashlight beam cut across collapsed rafters, a stone hearth choked with ash, and a floor littered with debris. My boots cracked old boards as I advanced deeper, the silence pressing heavier with every step. It was then, at the far corner, that I noticed the shape of a lantern, resting upright on the ground, its glass intact though streaked with soot. The same lantern I had watched hovering above the rapids, now sitting here as if waiting. I crouched, hesitating to touch it. My hand hovered above the iron handle, fingers trembling. I half expected heat, but when I finally closed my grip, the metal was ice cold. I lifted it, and the weight was undeniable, solid, real. A tangible thing, though moments earlier it had been floating over water, with no hand to hold it. My skin prickled with a rush of terror. I set it down quickly, but not before I noticed the faintest. Traced into the soot, stained glass, scratches forming letters, jagged and crude. I raised my light closer. The words spelled one phrase, Nautalowans. A noise cracked behind me. I spun, light shaking across the cabin's wreckage. Nothing moved. Yet, the sound had been distinct. Footsteps on wood. My throat went dry, every hair on my body lifting as though in warning. I stepped backward toward the doorway, the lantern still gleaming faintly in the dust, though its flame was long dead. Another step sounded, closer this time, and then a low exhale brushed against my ear. I fled. I stumbled from the ruin, crashing through the brush, the roar of the rapids calling me back to their terrible familiarity. The forest seemed alive with whispers now, voices chasing me through the dark. I didn't stop until I reached the broader stretch of trail, where my footprints still marked the damp soil. I bent double, breath tearing from my lungs, sweat chilling against my skin. When I dared look back, the thicket lay in silence, the cabin hidden once more in shadow. But across the bend of the river, through the spray of white water, the glow returned. The lantern drifted once again above the rapids, swaying gently as if nothing had passed. I did not sleep that night. After stumbling back to the marked trail, I found a flat patch of ground and forced myself to pitch my tent, though my hands shook with every knot I tied. I kept replaying the image of the suit, scarred lantern, the words etched into the glass, the whispers that had wrapped themselves around me inside the ruins. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that glow drifting over the river again, steady as a heartbeat. It wasn't only fear that kept me awake. It was a gnawing uncertainty, the kind that claws deeper than terror. I could rationalize away shadows, measured sounds, even the strange sensation of being watched. But I could not explain holding that lantern in my hands, feeling its icy weight, reading words carved into its glass. It had been real, and yet when I fled, it had returned to the water as though mocking me. Sometime in the deepest hours of the night, when the forest grew so still that even the insects hushed, I unzipped the tent flap and peered out. The rapids still roared faintly in the distance, a constant reminder. Beyond them, through the lattice of trees, a dim glow flickered. The lantern had come back, waiting. At dawn, I forced myself to pack up. Rational thought urged me to abandon the trip entirely, to retreat to the trailhead and drive home, to write this off as one of those strange, unexplainable experiences better left in silence. Yet that same stubbornness that had drawn me across the rocks the night before had already settled its grip. If I left now, I would never know. The unanswered would haunt me far worse than whatever truth lay hidden. So I set out again, following the river upstream. The morning light did little to ease the dread, that curled in my chest. Sunbeams filtered through oak and pine, dappling the moss with gold, but the forest felt colder than it should have. Every crow call startled me. Every crunch of my boots on gravel made me whip around. My eyes searched the water constantly, waiting for that impossible glow to reappear. By midday, I reached a higher stretch where the river split into braided channels. Here, the current slowed, and the banks widened into a meadow speckled with wildflowers. I paused to eat, though the bread in my pack tasted like ash in my mouth. It was while I sat on a fallen log that I noticed something carved into the bark. The etching was shallow but deliberate, a symbol, circular, with jagged lines radiating like spokes. Beneath it, in shaky hand, someone had carved a single word: light. I traced it with my finger, heart thumping. The wood was weathered, the grooves softened, yet not so old that time had erased them. Someone else had seen it. Someone else had marked this warning, or plea, or prayer. I moved on quickly, unsettled by the idea that I was not the first to be lured by the lantern. The day stretched long. Clouds gathered thick and gray, muting the sky. When evening fell once again, I found myself near another bend where the rapids thundered through jagged rocks. That was when I saw it, the glow, steady, bobbing just above the foam. The lantern had returned, right on cue with the falling dark. This time I did not hesitate. I tightened my pack straps and stepped down to the riverbank, boots splashing through the shallows. The lantern drifted away, slower than the current, as though tethered by invisible thread. I followed along the stones, my breath shallow, pulse echoing in my ears. The voices began again, faint whispers at first, almost like the hiss of water on stone. Then clearer, fragments of syllables, strange cadences, words that weren't words. The sounds surrounded me, slipping between the roar of the river, closer than any living breath. I wanted to cover my ears, but didn't dare release my balance on the rocks. The lantern glowed brighter, guiding me onward. It led me to another ruin, this one less hidden, perched on a rise above the river. A stone chimney still stood, blackened with soot, though the rest of the cabin lay collapsed into the earth. The lantern hovered before it, swaying. My legs ached, but I climbed the slope, eyes locked on that glow. At the threshold it vanished, just like before, snuffed out, leaving me with only darkness and the echo of rushing water. My flashlight beam caught on the remnants, boards warped with rot, nails jutting rusted and cruel, fragments of pottery scattered in the dirt. And there, half buried in moss, another lantern. Its glass cracked, its handle bent. I crouched, trembling. This one bore no etched words, only scratches that looked like claw marks. Yet as I leaned closer, I caught a reflection in the broken glass, not my own but a face. Pale, hollow-eyed, lips moving in silent whisper. I jerked back with a cry, fumbling my light, and when the beam steadied, the face was gone. The air thickened, heavy as though pressing me down. A cold draft slithered from the ruined chimney, carrying with it the acrid stench of burnt wood and something faller beneath. My skin prickled, and every instinct screamed to leave. I stumbled back down the slope, nearly slipping on loose rock. At the bottom, I looked up once more. The lantern had returned, now hanging in the branches above the ruin, its glow casting long, skeletal shadows. I fled. I didn't stop until night fully cloaked the forest, until my lungs burned and my legs trembled. I pitched camp hastily beneath a stand of sycamores, hands shaking as I hammered stakes. The lantern's glow still haunted me, bobbing in the corners of my vision even when it wasn't there. Sleep came only in short, restless fits. At some hour near dawn, a sound woke me. Not the river this time. A knocking, 3 deliberate raps against wood. I froze, heart racing. It came again, 3 knocks, steady, like someone at a door. But there was no door. Only my tent wall, thin fabric trembling with each impact. I forced myself to whisper, "Who's there?" My voice cracked, sounding alien in the hush. Silence answered. I held my breath until my lungs ached. Then, just when I thought I had imagined it, the knocking returned. This time farther away, against some phantom door in the forest itself. Tap, tap, tap. My blood turned cold. The knocks echoed into the distance until they blended with the rush of the rapids. When the first light of dawn touched the sky, I stumbled out of the tent, eyes burning from lack of sleep. No one was there. No footprints. No marks, nothing. Only the forest, silent as stone. I made the decision then I had to follow this to the end. Whatever haunted this river, whatever carried those lanterns, would not leave me alone otherwise. The knocks were proof. It had followed me into sleep, pressed its presence against my thin walls. There was no safety in retreat anymore. So I continued upriver, toward the higher rapids where few dared to go. The air grew colder with each mile, as though the forest itself warned me away. Strange signs marked my path, trees, carved with the same circular symbol, stones arranged in spirals, feathers tied with rotted string to low branches. Human hands had done this, long ago perhaps, but for what reason I could not know. By late afternoon, the clouds broke open. Rain began to fall, thin needles that darkened the soil and quickened the current. I trudged onward, soaked, heart clenched tight. The rapids screamed louder, echoing through narrow canyons of stone. And then, as twilight bled into the rain, the glow appeared again. This time it was closer than ever, swaying just ahead on the path itself. Not over water, not hovering distant, but hanging midair as though waiting for me. My throat tightened. The whispers returned, clearer now, almost words I could understand. My name, carried in broken fragments. Daniel. I froze, rain dripping from my hood. The glow pulsed brighter, inviting. Somewhere deep inside, fear and fascination warred. Every rational thought screamed to turn back, to flee downriver and never return. Yet my feet moved forward anyway, step by step, drawn like a moth toward the flame. The lantern led me into a narrow gorge, where the river crashed below in a furious torrent. Sheer cliffs loomed on either side, slick with moss. At the far end, half hidden by falling rain, I saw the outline of yet another structure. Not a cabin this time. Something older. Stone arches crumbling, walls caved but still standing, like the bones of a forgotten church. The lantern hovered before its entrance, waiting. As I stepped closer, the whispers surged into a chorus. Not one voice, but many, layered atop each other, chanting in that same strange cadence. My vision blurred, ears ringing. I stumbled to the threshold, clutching the stone wall for balance. And there, through the cracked archway, I saw them. Figures. Dozens. Pale shapes gathered within the ruin. Their bodies translucent, their faces hollow pools of shadow. Each held a lantern, and each flame glowed the same impossible gold. Their voices merged into a single unearthly hum, vibrating through the stones, through my bones. I tried to scream, but no sound left my throat. My legs buckled, and I fell to my knees in the mud. The figures turned as one, lanterns lifting high, their glow blinding, searing into my eyes. And in that blaze I understood the rapids were not only water and stone, They were a graveyard, a place where the drowned never left. The lanterns were their tether, their way of luring the living to join them. The last thing I saw before darkness swallowed me was a hand, pale and dripping, reaching out from the blaze to touch my shoulder. When the hand touched my shoulder, cold flooded through me like water rushing into lungs. I expected pain, or the final shock of drowning, but what came instead was weightlessness. The roar of the rapids dimmed, the rain vanished, and for a moment I floated in silence. My eyes opened, or maybe they never closed, and I found myself standing not in the ruin, not in the forest, but on the river itself. The current surged beneath my boots, yet I did not sink. Lanterns stretched in both directions along the water, hundreds of them, each hovering a few feet above the surface. Their glow was softer here, less blinding, casting a pale golden mist that obscured the banks. Figures stood beside them, vague silhouettes, all watching me with faces blurred, as if hidden behind fogged glass. They did not move, yet I felt their eyes press against me with unbearable weight. A whisper rippled through the air, not from one voice but from every direction at once. Join, join, join. The word layered over itself until it became rhythm, a pulse that thrummed in my bones. My knees weakened, and I nearly collapsed, but something inside me fought back. The raw instinct to live, to resist the pull. I forced air into my lungs and shouted into the mist. "No!" My voice cracked, swallowed instantly by the chant, yet the figures trembled at the sound, their outlines shivering like disturbed reflections. The lanterns flickered. A few went dark, their flames snuffed as though smothered. The whispering surged louder, angrier, and the silhouettes began to move. They stepped across the water with ease, gliding closer, arms outstretched. My chest clenched with terror. I turned and ran. The river stretched endless, each step splashing against water that somehow held me afloat. Lanterns swayed above, their glow shifting into violent reds and greens, colors that hurt to look at. The figures followed, never rushing but always gaining, their whispers clawing at the back of my skull. My heart hammered so hard I feared it would burst. Through the mist ahead, I saw something, a gap, darker than the rest, like an opening in the veil. I sprinted toward it, lungs burning. Just before I reached it, one of the figures materialized directly in front of me. Its face, once blurred, sharpened into awful clarity. Hollow sockets where eyes should be. A mouth stretched impossibly wide. Water streaming constantly from its lips. The lantern it carried flared, and a wave of force slammed into me. I fell backward into the river. This time the water did not hold me. I plunged beneath, the cold biting like knives. My scream became bubbles, ripped away by the current. The world dissolved into darkness. I awoke coughing on the riverbank. Rain still fell, pattering through the canopy, though the storm had weakened. My body ached as though I had been thrashed against rocks. Mud clung to my hands, my clothes soaked through. For several long minutes I could not move, could only stare at the rapids as they rushed past, wild and indifferent. The ruin was gone. Where the stone arches had stood, only jagged boulders jutted from the river's edge, blanketed with moss. No sign of walls, no echo of voices, no lanterns. I might have believed it all. Hallucination born of exhaustion and fear, if not for the mark on my shoulder. When I pushed back my sleeve, the skin there was pale, almost luminous, etched with faint ridges in the shape of fingers. The same hand that had touched me in the blaze had left its brand. My stomach lurched. I staggered to my feet, trembling. The forest felt different now, not merely silent but watchful, as though every tree leaned closer to listen. My compass spun uselessly, the needle twitching in circles. I tried to follow the river downstream, but the banks twisted into unfamiliar shapes. Trails I had walked yesterday were gone, replaced by walls of bramble and deadfall. I realized then that I was not simply lost. I had been shifted, drawn into some fold of the world where the ordinary rules no longer held. As night returned, exhaustion overcame terror. I built a small fire with shaking hands, shielding it with stones against the damp. The warmth brought little comfort. Across the water, faint glows appeared one by one. Lanterns, not close, not advancing, but waiting. Their reflections trembled on the current like hungry eyes. I turned my back to them, though it made no difference. Their light pressed against me even through the dark. Sleep came in jagged fragments, each dream worse than the last. Faces rose from the rapids, mouths filled with river weed, chanting words I could not understand. A hand reached through the surface to drag me down, always the same hand that had marked me. I woke gasping, fire reduced to embers. The forest soaked in mist, and still the lanterns glowed. By the second day, my supplies dwindled. Hunger gnawed, thirst clawed, though the river's water tasted foul, metallic, laced with rot. I pressed on, forcing my way through brush, following the current in hopes of finding familiar ground. The mark on my shoulder throbbed, searing hot whenever I drew close to the lanterns. At times I swore I heard voices within my own thoughts, fragments of chants, words urging me back toward the rapids. Late that evening, I stumbled upon something that froze my blood. A campsite. Tattered tents slumped with mildew, sleeping bags half buried in leaves. Cookware rusted through. Everything abandoned, as though its owners had vanished mid-meal. I rifled through what remained, hands trembling. There were journals, their pages warped with water, ink smeared into illegibility. But one page remained clear enough to read. Scrawled in frantic hand, the words leapt from the paper. The lanterns lead us. Don't follow. Don't answer when they call your name. The river is not a river. It is a mouth. I dropped the notebook as though burned. Around me, the forest seemed to lean closer. And then, from the rapids, I heard it my name. Whispered once, then again, Daniel. My heart seized. I ran, leaving the ruined camp behind, crashing through brush with no care for direction. Branches clawed at my arms, stones bruised my feet, but I did not stop until darkness consumed the forest entirely. Only then did I collapse, chest heaving, body broken. The whispering continued all around me, threading through the night. At some hour past midnight, the glow returned. A lantern, hovering just yards away, swaying gently. My breath caught. I could not move. The mark on my shoulder burned so hot, I thought it would sear through my skin. The whispers grew louder, merging into that same rhythms. Join, join, join. The lantern floated closer. Its flame flickered, and for a heartbeat I saw a face inside the glass. My own, pale and drowned, lips moving in silent chant. Horror rooted me in place. The flame swelled, brighter and brighter, until the world was nothing but gold light. Then, suddenly silence. The glow vanished. The forest lay dark once more, the rapids roaring distant. My body shook with relief and dread all at once. When dawn came, I realized the truth. I was no longer simply an intruder. The river had marked me, claimed me. The lanterns would follow wherever I went. Perhaps not today, perhaps not tomorrow, but one night when I least expected, that glow would return. The drowned wanted me among them, I stumbled out of the wilderness days later, ragged and hollow-eyed, though I cannot recall the path. Hikers who found me said I was muttering about lights in the water, about voices in the rain. They carried me to town, where I lay in a hospital bed for weeks. Doctors claimed hypothermia, dehydration, hallucinations brought on by exhaustion. They could not explain the mark on my shoulder, though. They called it a burn, though no flame had touched me. Now, months later, I still wake in the night to see faint glows at the edge of my vision. I hear whispers threaded through the rush of faucets, through the static of radios, through the patter of rain. I have left the Ozarks behind, moved far from rivers and rapids, yet the mark on my skin remains pale and unhealed. And sometimes in the dead hours before dawn, when the world is hushed and the air smells faintly of water, I swear I see it again through my window. A lantern swaying gently in the dark, waiting. I know now what the drowned faces meant when they pressed against me in that golden blaze. The river is patient. It does not forget. One day, when I am too tired to resist, too weak to run, the lantern will lead me back. And when it does, I fear I will follow. My name is Rebecca Sloan. I was born and raised in the quiet suburbs of northern Illinois. The sort of place where the loudest sound on any given day came from a passing train or a neighbor's lawn mower. My childhood was calm, predictable, and largely untouched by anything remotely uncanny. By the time I reached my early 30s, I had grown accustomed to a life of work, mild social obligations, and the occasional weekend trip to a nearby state park. Yet, looking back now, I cannot help but feel that I was wholly unprepared for what awaited me in the Lost Valley wilderness. Even as I write these words, the memory feels like a fever dream, but it was real, terrifyingly so. And it began with what should have been nothing than an ordinary hiking trip. It was late September when I decided to spend a long weekend in the Ozarks of northern Arkansas. The season had just begun its shift from summer into fall, and the weather was mild enough to invite exploration without the oppressive humidity of high summer. I had pored over a few guidebooks and read various trail reviews online before settling on a loop through an area known to locals as the Lost Valley. The name alone struck me as enticing, suggestive of forgotten paths and hidden beauty. Photographs promised moss, covered rocks, hidden caves, and stretches of old pine forests that whispered an older, wilder America. My intention was simple, a long day hike to clear my head. I had been dealing with the usual grind. Late nights at the office, a strained relationship that had quietly unraveled over the past year, and the dull ache of wondering whether I was meant to do anything more meaningful with my life than balance spreadsheets and chase deadlines. Hiking had always been my way of escaping the noise, of rediscovering myself in the hush of trees and the rhythm of my own footsteps. I craved solitude, but I also craved reassurance. Reassurance that solitude could still be beautiful, and not simply another word for loneliness. The trailhead for Lost Valley was tucked off a county road, the kind you could miss if you weren't paying attention. A weather-worn sign announced its presence, though the letters were faded and the wood leaned to one side. I arrived mid-morning, with the sky a soft blue streaked by long clouds, and only 2 other cars in the gravel parking lot. I checked my pack: water, snacks, first aid kit, flashlight, journal, and laced my boots tighter. The air smelled faintly of pine resin, sharp and earthy, and I felt an almost childlike excitement at the prospect of wandering into a place that carried a name like Lost Valley. The first stretch of trail was wide and well traveled, a gentle incline bordered by tall grass and the occasional oak tree. Birds flitted between branches, their calls echoing cheerfully. But as I pressed deeper, the oaks gave way to towering pines, their dark needles forming a dense canopy overhead. The light dimmed subtly, taking on a muted, greenish hue. The forest floor softened beneath my boots, the crunch of gravel replaced by the muffled give of pine needles. The air grew stiller here, and the sounds of birdsong diminished until all that remained was the faint creak of tree trunks swaying in place. It was then, standing in the midst of those pines, that I first heard it. A sound carried on the breeze, not quite words at first, but something more than the usual murmur of wind through branches. It seemed to thread between the trunks, brushing past my ears, teasing me with its familiarity. I stopped walking and held my breath, trying to parse it, and then I heard it clearly, undeniable in its articulation, Rebecca. My heart jolted in my chest. I spun around, expecting to see another hiker, perhaps someone who had crept up behind me without my noticing. But the trail was empty, the stretch of pine forest silent and still. I called out, my voice sounding far too loud in the hush. "Hello, is someone there?" No reply came, only the faint stir of wind high above. I tried to laugh it off, muttering under my breath. Perhaps I was tired. Perhaps my imagination was filling in shapes where none existed. After all, the mind can play tricks when one is alone in unfamiliar woods. Still, I could not shake the unease. I continued walking, trying to keep a steady pace, though I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than necessary. The trail narrowed, winding between steep embankments and moss-covered boulders. My boots scuffed against roots, and I focused on the rhythm of walking to quiet, the echo of my name that still seemed to linger. The forest pressed close around me, its silence oddly heavy, as though the trees themselves were listening. By the time I reached a clearing, the sun had shifted, casting dappled light across the ground. A small stream trickled nearby, its water catching the light like shards of glass. I knelt to refill my water bottle, grateful for the distraction, but even there, with the gentle murmur of water in my ears, I thought I heard it again. Softer this time. A voice so close it could have been whispering into the shell of my ear. "Rebecca." I snapped upright, nearly spilling the bottle. My eyes scanned the clearing. Nothing moved. No deer darting into the brush. No hikers stepping into view. Only the same quiet pine forest, patient and unmoving. My skin prickled, and I realized I was holding my breath again. A part of me wanted to turn back, to return to the safety of the wide trail and the parking lot beyond. But another part, the stubborn part of me that hated being spooked by shadows, insisted on pressing forward. After all, I told myself, people sometimes hear what they expect to hear in the wind. That was all. A coincidence. And yet, I could not ignore the fact that the voice had spoken my name. Not a random syllable. Not a fragment that could be mistaken for something else. My name, distinct and intimate. The kind of detail that stripped coincidence away and left only questions. I kept moving. The trail dipped downward into a narrow ravine, where the air grew cooler and the light dimmer still. The pines loomed taller here, their trunks spaced tightly together. My footsteps seemed unnervingly loud, every crunch of soil and pine needles echoing against the walls of the ravine. I felt exposed. though I knew logically that no one, or nothing, was there. Still, the sensation of being watched crept over me like a weight on my shoulders. I found myself whispering aloud, perhaps in an effort to convince myself of my own presence. My name is Rebecca Sloan. I am just hiking. That is all. It was a foolish thing to say, and hearing my own voice in that hushed ravine only made the silence that followed more oppressive. The forest swallowed my words without echo. A crow cawed distantly, a harsh interruption, and I nearly jumped at the sound. I quickened my pace, eager to reach the other side of the ravine where the trees thinned and the sun might feel real again. But the pines had other plans. The further I went, the more the trail seemed to twist in subtle ways, doubling back upon itself, leading me deeper into the same oppressive stand of trees. Landmarks I thought I had passed once appeared again, as if mocking me. A crooked tree split down the middle, a boulder streaked with white lichen. I tried to convince myself that I had misremembered, that the forest only seemed repetitive. But deep down, unease gnawed at me. I was walking in circles. That was when the voices grew stronger. Not one, but several, their whispers rising and falling like a chorus. Sometimes they spoke over one another. Other times they merged into a low hum. And every so often, one would separate itself from the rest, clear and distinct. Rebecca. The way they said it was intimate, urgent, almost pleading, as though the forest itself wanted something from me. My mouth went dry. I told myself to keep walking, to focus on the path. But with every step, the voices seemed to draw closer, circling me unseen. I stumbled, nearly falling against the roots of a tree. My palms pressed into the cold earth, and for a brief moment, the whispers hushed. I crouched there, breathing hard, straining to listen. And then, from somewhere just ahead, no more than a few yards away, came a sound that froze me in place. It was the sound of someone else breathing. Slow, steady, human. I lifted my head, peering between the pines. The light was dim there, shadows layered upon shadows. But I could swear I saw the outline of a figure standing between the trunks. Tall, still watching. I blinked, and the figure was gone. Or perhaps it had never been there. The forest shifted with the faint sigh of wind, and the voices swelled again, overlapping in a cacophony that seemed to wrap around me like a noose. I staggered to my feet, suddenly certain of one thing: the lost valley was not empty. Something was here, moving unseen between the pines, and it knew my name. I did not run at first. To run would have been to surrender to panic, and panic in the wilderness can kill faster than any predator. But every instinct screamed that I should flee. The voices pressed against me like invisible hands, slipping in and out of the wind, some gentle, some guttural, all weaving my name in tones that felt unearthly. My mouth was dry, my pulse hammering, but I forced myself to keep walking forward. Each step deliberate, each breath sharp with restraint. The trail thinned into a corridor of towering pines, their trunks crowding closer until I felt hemmed in. The canopy blotted out most of the daylight, leaving the ground in perpetual dusk. I tried to focus on practical things, counting steps, tracing the direction of the slope, watching the sun's faint position through the trees. But the voices cut through every thought. They didn't echo as normal sounds do. They arrived directly at my ears, some behind me, others at my side, a few impossibly close at the back of my neck. Rebecca. I spun at that one, nearly tripping on a root. My flashlight rattled against my pack, though I hadn't yet turned it on. The forest behind me was empty, motionless, but the name still rang in my ears, as if it had been spoken a breath away. A sudden gust of wind swept through, and with it came a flurry of pine needles, swirling around me before falling into silence again. I froze, listening. Nothing, not even birdsong. Just the creak of branches high above. I told myself to keep moving, to reach higher ground where the trail might open. But unease sat like a stone in my stomach. I thought again of the figure I had glimpsed earlier, standing, watching, gone when I blinked. Was it possible that another hiker was shadowing me? Someone playing a cruel trick? That idea almost comforted me, because it offered an explanation rooted in flesh and blood. Yet deep down, I knew the voices had no source that could be explained so easily. I pressed on. The ravine eventually widened into a slope, where sunlight filtered through in patches, pale but reassuring. I quickened my pace, desperate for open ground. That was when I saw it. A side path I didn't remember seeing before. It branched to the left, narrower than the main trail, its dirt floor strewn with roots and rocks. No markers, no signposts. Just an opening that seemed to beckon. Something in me whispered to stay on the main path. But the voices in the pines shifted their cadence, softening, coaxing, as if urging me down that hidden way. And before I could stop myself, I turned onto it. The change was immediate. The forest grew darker, denser. The pines leaned over the trail like conspirators. My boots sank into damp soil, the smell of resin thick in the air. Every few steps, I glanced back, half expecting the main trail to vanish entirely. But it remained there, a pale line behind me, fading as I moved deeper into the side path. The whispers followed, threading around the branches. At times they almost formed sentences, fragmented but unnerving. I thought I heard "come closer, do not leave, stay with us." The words were faint, but the intent clear. My skin prickled as if the trees themselves bent nearer to listen. I do not know how long I walked that hidden path. Time seemed to stretch, every minute slow, viscous, unreal. My watch ticked on my wrist, but I could not bring myself to look at it. I feared that if I did, I would find its hands unmoving. Eventually, the path ended in a small clearing, a circle of bare earth surrounded by pines. In the center stood a stone marker, weathered and moss-covered, no taller than my knee. At first, I thought it a boundary stone, perhaps left by surveyors long ago. But as I drew closer, I saw faint carvings etched into its surface. Lines, spirals, and what looked disturbingly like letters. My own name was not there, yet the patterns seemed to shift under my gaze, writhing as though alive. The voices grew louder. They no longer floated like the wind, but pressed directly into my head, bypassing my ears. My name repeated in a dozen tones, each one different: male, female, childlike, aged. Some carried accents, some were almost sing-song, others broken by sobs. And then, beneath them all, one low voice cut through, steady and commanding. "Stay." The sound rooted me in place. My knees weakened, and for a moment I thought I might collapse beside the stone. I forced myself backward, one foot at a time, until my back struck the rough bark of a pine tree. The stone seemed to pulse with presence, as though it had been waiting for me. I squeezed my eyes shut and whispered aloud, "This is not real." But the forest answered with laughter, thin, distant, weaving through the voices. My own name followed, sharper this time, almost angry. "Rebecca," I broke then. I turned and fled, tearing back down the path, branches whipping against my arms, breath ragged in my chest. The forest blurred around me. the hidden trail stretching endlessly, no matter how fast I ran. My boots struck roots and stones, but I didn't slow. The voices pursued, calling my name with a feverish hunger. Some shouted, some whispered, some screamed. And then, suddenly, the path spat me back onto the main trail. I stumbled, nearly falling, and spun around. The side path was gone. Nothing remained but a wall of pines, thick and impenetrable. I stood there, chest heaving, sweat chilling my skin. The forest was quiet again, as if nothing had happened. But my legs trembled, and I could not convince myself that I had imagined it all. The stone, the voices, the command to stay. They lingered in my mind like a bruise that would not fade. I wanted desperately to turn back toward the parking lot, to leave Lost Valley behind. Yet the thought of retracing my steps through that ravine filled me with dread. Some irrational certainty told me that the path behind was no safer than what lay ahead. And so I pressed forward, deeper into the valley, praying that the loop would eventually bring me out. The trail curved upward into higher ground. I walked quickly, not daring to stop. My throat burned with thirst, and I sipped water with shaking hands. Every creak of branch, every stir of air set my nerves on edge. It was in that state, exhausted, terrified, desperate, that I heard it again. But this time, the voice did not come from the forest. It came from ahead, directly on the trail. A woman's voice, calm, clear. Rebecca. I froze. The sound had been close, no more than a few steps away, as if someone waited just beyond the bend. My heart thundered. Slowly, I reached into my pack and pulled out the flashlight. Even though the sun still lit the forest dimly, I flicked it on, the beam cutting a pale path through the trees. I stepped forward. The trail curved left, and as I rounded it, I saw the figure again. Not imagined this time, not half seen. A woman stood in the middle of the path, no more than 20 feet away. She was tall, her hair dark and long, her clothing indistinct but old-fashioned, like something out of a faded photograph. She stood utterly still, arms at her sides, face pale in the dim light. Her lips moved, and though I heard no sound at first, I could see the shape of my name forming on them. Rebecca. The flashlight trembled in my grip. I wanted to call out, to demand who she was, but my voice caught in my throat. She tilted her head slightly, as though studying me. Then, without warning, she stepped backward into the trees and vanished. I ran forward, beam sweeping the trunks, but there was no sign of her. No footprints in the soil, no rustle of branches, nothing. The forest swallowed her whole, and for the first time, I realized with certainty that I was no longer dealing with anything human. My breath came fast, ragged, fogging the dim air as I stood in the spot where she had been. The woman's disappearance was absolute, as though the trees themselves had consumed her. My flashlight beam darted from trunk to trunk, frantic, but every shadow remained stubbornly solid, offering no trace of movement. I forced myself to stand still. Running blindly now could mean injury, or worse, getting completely lost. My boots pressed into the soil, and I counted 3 deep breaths before I spoke aloud, my voice trembling despite my effort to steady it. "Who are you?" The forest gave no answer, but the silence felt different. Not empty, not restful, pregnant, as though every pine leaned closer, straining to hear my words. The hair on the back of my neck rose. I turned slowly in a circle, beam sweeping. My name drifted through the branches again, not shouted, not whispered, but breathed. Rebecca. It no longer startled me the way it had earlier. By now I had accepted that the forest wanted me, in some unknowable way, to hear it. Whether it meant me harm or something else, I could not yet say. I pressed onward. My only goal was to find the loop's end, the trailhead, the gravel lot with my car waiting. My boots struck the dirt in steady rhythm, the sound of my footsteps reminding me I was still flesh and blood, still here. The trail narrowed again. Pine needles muffled each step, and the light above dimmed further. Though it was still daylight beyond the canopy, it felt as though I had entered evening. My watch confirmed it was only mid-afternoon, but the forest insisted otherwise. Then I noticed something that made my stomach twist. There were no longer any trail markers. From the start, painted blazes and carved posts had guided the way. Now they were gone, replaced only by the worn line of the path itself. And even that began to feel less certain. The dirt thinned, roots tangled more densely, and the ground sloped where no slope should have been. The voices grew bolder, overlapping, forming a constant background murmur. I stopped distinguishing individual words, except for my name. That came again and again, with increasing urgency. Some voices coaxed, almost tender. Others snapped and hissed, filled with venom. They fought with each other, as though the forest itself argued over what to do with me. I stumbled into another clearing. This one was wider, ringed by pines whose trunks formed a near-perfect circle. In its center stood not a stone this time, but a tree unlike the others. Its bark was pale, almost white, its branches bare of needles, though every other pine still held them. It rose taller than the rest, skeletal, gaunt, with knots in its trunk that resembled empty eyes. I froze at its edge, a visceral certainty gripping me. This was the heart of it. Whatever whispered here, whatever watched me, centered itself on this tree. The voices hushed all at once. Then, clear as glass breaking in silence, one voice, female, calm, unmistakable, spoke. "Do not leave." It was her, the woman from the trail. My mouth dried. I asked before I could stop myself. The tree creaked. Its pale bark split faintly in places as if with breath. And the voices returned, not as whispers, but as a rush, a storm of sound pressing into me from every side. My name screamed, chanted, sobbed, repeated until it no longer sounded like mine at all, until it broke down into meaningless noise. I clamped my hands over my ears, but the sound was inside me, vibrating my ribs, rattling my skull. The ground shifted beneath my feet, and I stumbled forward. For one horrifying second, I thought the earth itself might open, swallowing me at the roots of that pale tree. My knees hit the soil, my flashlight clattering away. Darkness pressed in, broken only by shafts of sickly light from above. I squeezed my eyes shut. I whispered to myself, "My name is Rebecca Sloan. I am real. I am alive. I do not belong to this place." The voices faltered. For the first time, they recoiled, as though my words struck them. A silence opened, brief but potent. I forced myself to say it again, louder. "I do not belong to you." The forest shuddered. A wind ripped through the circle, tearing needles from the branches. They spiraled violently, stinging my face and arms. The pale tree groaned as though it were in pain. I grabbed my flashlight and staggered to my feet. I turned blindly toward what I thought was the trail and ran. The circle vanished behind me, swallowed by trunks and shadow. My legs burned. My lungs heaved, but I didn't dare stop. Branches clawed at me, tearing at my sleeves. Roots rose to trip me. The forest seemed determined to drag me down to keep me. But sheer terror lent me speed. I forced myself through every snag, every stumble, until at last I saw something ahead, light. Real honest light. I burst from the pines into an opening where the canopy broke. The sky above was still afternoon, blue clouds drifting lazily as though nothing had happened. I stopped, doubled over, sucking air, my heart refusing to slow. And then I saw at a wooden signpost, weather worn but legible. Carved letters read, Lost Valley Trailhead 0.7 miles. Relief hit me so hard I nearly cried. The loop had spat me back onto its proper course. The voices were gone, or at least muffled, distant. The pines still loomed, but they no longer seemed to lean toward me. I ran the last stretch, boots pounding, each bend revealing more open sky. When the gravel lot came into view, I nearly collapsed with gratitude. My car sat exactly where I had left it. 2 other vehicles still parked nearby. The world looked ordinary again. Sunlight on windshields, the faint hum of cicadas. I slid into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and sat trembling. But as I reached for the ignition, I noticed something. My passenger seat was wet, as though someone had sat there with rain-soaked clothes. I stared, frozen. The fabric darkened with damp. No smell of water, no trace of rain outside. Just that spreading stain, seeping slowly, and faintly, impossibly, from the pines beyond the lot. I heard it one last time. A woman's voice, calm, patient. Rebecca. I drove without looking back. That night, in the safety of my apartment, I unpacked my bag. Everything was accounted for, except the flashlight. I could not remember dropping it, though I remembered picking it up. My pack should have been heavier with it, but it was gone. And sometimes, when I close my eyes to sleep, I see that pale tree again. Its branches rising against the sky, its bark splitting with breath. The voices do not speak, but I know they are waiting. Waiting for me to return to the Lost Valley. My name is Thomas Greer, and though my upbringing never leaned towards superstition, I must admit that there are moments etched into my memory that resist reason. I was raised to be methodical, practical, and deliberate. My father was a carpenter who measured twice and cut once, and my mother was a teacher who insisted on evidence, grammar, and clarity. They gave me a worldview built on rules and logic. Yet, logic has its cracks. And what slipped through them that night in the forest remains the sharpest splinter in my mind. I had taken to hiking alone as a means of unwinding from my work. I served as a surveyor for a private contracting firm, charting parcels of land for development. Much of my time was spent behind a desk, hunched over maps and numbers, but occasionally I was assigned to conduct field assessments. It was work I didn't mind. Solitude suited me, and the silence of the woods felt restorative, compared to the grind of urban noise. I often extended my assignments with personal detours, venturing further than the maps required, savoring trails that twisted beyond the sanctioned routes. On the evening that would mark me forever, I was in a tract of forest I had not walked before, a deep stretch of pines about 30 miles from the nearest paved road. The light was dimming, and I knew I should have been making camp or turning back toward my truck, but the air had a peculiar crispness that urged me forward. The trees seemed to whisper encouragement, the needles swaying softly overhead as though beckoning me just one ridge farther. Against better judgment, I listened. The first sign was the smoke. A thin gray ribbon drifted through the canopy, faint but distinct against the darkening sky. At first, I thought it might have been a brush fire, which would have been cause for alarm in such dry conditions. But as I followed the scent of charred wood, I realized it carried the specific, almost nostalgic aroma of a campfire. Sweet, resinous pine logs burning slow and steady. Relief followed, for fire under control meant human company, and human company meant a chance to share warmth, maybe even conversation, after a long day of silence. I pressed on, weaving through trunks and uneven ground, until the glow appeared ahead. Through a break in the trees, I saw the fire. A ring of orange and gold danced against the gloom, its flames snapping and curling. The logs within it were arranged with precision, laid in a pyramid that suggested careful hands had placed them there. Sparks popped and floated upward, vanishing into the night air. I stopped for a long moment listening, expecting to hear voices, louder. The soft strum of a guitar. Anything. But there was nothing. No tent. No packs leaning against trees. No bedrolls, no cookware, no lanterns strung from branches. No footprints in the soft dirt surrounding the fire. The ground was immaculate, as if the forest itself had swept clean any evidence of human presence. Only the fire burned, impossibly alone. I called out, hesitant at first. "Hello." My voice cracked through the silence and died, as though smothered by the needles above. The flames flickered in answer, but gave no other sign. I stepped closer, my boots crunching softly. The heat kissed my face, undeniable proof of its reality. I extended my hands toward it, and warmth spread through my chilled fingers. The wood hissed and cracked naturally. It was a fire in every sense except one. Its owners were missing. Something in me recoiled. Fires do not sustain themselves. Someone had to have built it, tended it, fed it. And whoever they were, they should have been nearby. No one leaves a fire alive in the forest unless forced. Yet the longer I stood there, the more the absence became oppressive. It was as though I had stepped into the aftermath of a story, one where the characters had been erased, but the props remained. I circled the fire slowly, scanning the ground with the trained eye of a surveyor. I had mapped countless terrains, noted depressions, trails, even faint traces of animal passage. But here there was nothing. The soil was undisturbed. No heel had pressed into it. No paw had scraped it. The only marks were the natural scatterings of pine needles and the shadow of flames shivering across the earth. I crouched and touched one of the logs with the tip of a stick. The bark crumbled naturally under the fire's heat. This was not illusion or trick. It was wood, burning as wood should. I even considered the possibility that some hikers had wandered off briefly, perhaps to fetch water or to scout ahead. So I called out again, louder this time, my voice echoing strangely between the trees. "Is anyone here? You left your fire burning." Nothing replied. Not even an owl or the distant caw of a crow. The silence was absolute. A coldness threaded through my stomach. I had read accounts of hikers who vanished without explanation, of campsites discovered abandoned with fires still lit, meals uneaten, possessions intact. They were stories that circulated in newspapers, whispered in outdoor forums, and dismissed by skeptics. I had dismissed them too. Until now. I debated smothering the fire, but hesitation held me. The flames were hypnotic, pulling my gaze into their dance. I felt as though to extinguish them would be to close a door I was not ready to close. A foolish thought, irrational, but it rooted me in place. Instead, I sat on a fallen log nearby and watched, waiting for owners who never came. As minutes stretched, the fire seemed to lean toward me, its crackles forming patterns that felt eerily deliberate. Once, a log collapsed inward, sending up a spray of sparks that drifted straight into my lap before dying. I brushed at my pants, unsettled. The smell of smoke clung to me thickly, heavier than it should have. I could taste it, metallic, coating my tongue. The shadows around the clearing deepened. The fire became the only anchor of light in a sea of black. My mind conjured shapes between the trees, figures half glimpsed, retreating whenever I tried to focus. A trick of the eyes, I told myself. Fatigue, imagination. But the longer I stared, the more convinced I became that something watched me from beyond the reach of the glow. Silent, numerous, waiting. I forced myself to stand, shaking off the trance. My watch read just after 9. Too late to retrace the trail back to my truck without stumbling in the dark. My gear was strapped to my back, my small tent folded tight. Rationality told me to set up camp near the fire. At least there was warmth, a deterrent for animals. But another part of me recoiled at the idea of sleeping in that circle of light. It felt claimed, not by the absent campers, but by something unseen. I compromised by retreating a short distance, finding a slight rise where the trees thinned. From there, I could still glimpse the fire's glow through the branches, a steady pulse against the dark. I set up my tent hastily, my hands fumbling with the poles. Every crack of a twig made me flinch. Once inside, zipped tight, I lay listening. But no sounds reached me except the distance of the fire, still burning, still untended. Sleep eluded me. My mind replayed the scene endlessly. The immaculate ground, the absence of footprints, the oppressive silence. I turned on my side, willing myself to relax. But each time I closed my eyes, I imagined the glow creeping closer. Imagined footsteps circling my tent, though none fell. Hours passed in that half-waking state, time slipping strangely until I finally drifted. When I woke, it was sudden, as though some unseen hand had shaken me. My watch said 2 in the morning. I heard nothing, saw nothing, yet the hair along my arms stood on end. I unzipped the flap cautiously. Through the gap, I saw the fire. It was not diminished. If anything, it blazed brighter, flames higher, wood unconsumed. My breath caught. Fires dwindle. They do not grow without fuel. And yet it burned, hungrily, as though fed by an invisible hand. I watched until my eyes watered from the brightness. Then, with a shiver that rattled my bones, I zipped the flap shut again. I lay back, wide awake, knowing sleep would not come again that night. I did not sleep again. The hours between 2 in the morning and dawn stretched like wire pulled too tight. Every creak of the forest amplified, until it rang in my skull. I kept staring at the faint glow of the fire, through the thin fabric of my tent. It never dimmed. At times, I thought it pulsed like a beacon. Brighter, then softer, but never gone. When dawn finally came, gray light filtered through the canopy, and I stepped outside into air that smelled of damp moss and resin. The fire was still burning. It looked exactly as it had when I first found it. No pile of ash, no collapsed structure, no blackened stumps. The logs were untouched by decay, still whole even as flames licked their surfaces. It was as though time had forgotten them. A gnawing unease settled into me. I was practical enough to know when something defied natural law, but I was also stubborn enough not to run just yet. Curiosity pinned me in place. I circled the fire again, scanning with morning clarity, expecting fresh tracks that might have appeared in the night. But there were none. No prints, no scuffs. The ground remained pristine, except for the dancing shadows of the flames. The surveyor in me wanted data, proof beyond fleeting impressions. I pulled a collapsible ruler from my pack, pressed it into the soil at regular intervals, and marked spots near the fire. I sketched the layout in my notebook, careful lines showing where the logs sat, where I stood. I even measured the diameter of the fire ring, exactly 4 feet across. Too precise to be accidental, and still no evidence of human builders. My breakfast went untouched. I found I had no appetite, only a dryness in my throat that water did little to ease. I considered dousing the fire then, determined to test if water would obey normal rules here. I filled my metal bottle from a nearby stream and poured it over the flames. The water hissed loudly, steam billowing up, and for a moment, I believed it worked. But when the mist cleared, the fire remained. Not stronger, not weaker. Exactly the same, as though mocking my attempt. I backed away quickly, my skin prickling. By late morning, I debated leaving altogether. My truck was a long hike away, but I could make it before nightfall if I set a steady pace. And yet, something held me. A wrongness I could not walk away from, not without knowing more. People do not simply vanish, and fires do not burn forever. If this was a trick, some strange chemical log, some prank, I needed to understand it. If it was not, then my leaving would not erase the reality of what I had seen. Around noon, I heard the first sound. It was faint, almost buried under the sigh of the breeze. A low murmur, indistinct, like conversation carried from a distance. I froze, head tilted. The words were impossible to separate, but the tone was unmistakable. Voices. More than one. Male and female, overlapping, speaking in low cadence. I called out, "Hello. Over here." My voice cracked with a mixture of hope and dread. The murmurs cut off instantly. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. I waited, my ears straining, but nothing returned. The forest stilled. Then came the laughter. It was brief. 3 or 4 notes. Sharp and sudden, emanating from the fire itself. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over my own boots. The flames flicked violently, sparks shooting into the air. My notebook slipped from my hands. I did not dare retrieve it. Panic surged through me, but reason followed close behind, a voice insisting on explanations. Heat distortion could twist sound. Air currents could play tricks. Perhaps my mind, starved for rest, had misfired. I clung to those excuses even as my gut rejected them. The rest of the afternoon passed in a haze of tension. I could not leave, yet I could not approach again. I paced, drank water in gulps, forced down a protein bar that tasted like ash. The fire continued, steady and unrelenting. By dusk, I was shaking from exhaustion. The night came fast, the sky bruising purple, the woods swallowing the last of the light. I retreated once more to my tent, though it felt more like a coffin than shelter. I left the flaps slightly open, unwilling to close myself off completely. At some point after midnight, I woke again. A sound had dragged me from shallow, restless dreams. I froze, my breath shallow. Footsteps. They crunched softly in the pine needles, slow and deliberate, circling my tent. Every nerve in me screamed not to move. The steps came closer, then paused. I could hear breathing, low, ragged, wet sounding. My hand reached instinctively for the folding knife in my pack, but I could not bring myself to unzip the tent. I was pinned by fear. Then, as suddenly as it began, the sound stopped. The forest returned to silence. I dared a glance through the flap. The fire still burned, its light steady. But in the glow, I saw something new. Shadows around the flames, darker than the surrounding night, stretched tall and thin. They moved, bending and swaying, though the trees themselves were still. Figures. I counted at least 3. Their forms shifted constantly, like smoke given shape. They leaned toward the fire, then pulled back, their movements synchronized. None of them had faces. I slammed the flap shut, my heart hammering. I pressed my palms to my ears, trying to block the sound I knew was coming. And still, faintly, I heard it murmurs, just outside, circling me again. I do not know how long it lasted. My memory fractures there, broken into flashes. The sound of my own breath. The brush of something against the nylon wall. A shadow sweeping over me. And then nothing, until pale dawn light woke me once more. When I finally emerged, my tent sagging from dew, the forest looked unchanged. Birds chirped faintly. The air was fresh. For a brief, foolish moment, I thought I had dreamed it. But the fire still burned, and in the dirt by the flames I saw them. Footprints, not human. The prints were elongated, with too many toes pressed deep into the soil. They circled the fire, overlapping one another. And then, in a single trail, they led away into the trees. I followed them only a few paces before stopping. They vanished not far from the clearing, the ground returning to its undisturbed state, as if whatever had walked there had dissolved into air. I stood rooted, my mind unraveling. Something had visited in the night. It had left its marks undeniable and solid. But the fire remained unchanged, eternal, as though it had birthed those things and then swallowed them back. My notebook lay where I had dropped it the day before. When I bent to retrieve it, the pages smelled of smoke. The last line I had written, a neat measurement of 4 feet across, was smeared black, as if scorched from within. That was when I realized this fire was not a remnant of human hands. It was something older, something the forest itself had forgotten to extinguish, and I was standing far too close. I should have left then. The sensible thing, the only sane thing, would have been to gather my gear, turn my back on that cursed glow, and walk until my legs gave out, or I reached the gravel road where my truck waited. Yet my body betrayed me. I lingered, pacing the clearing like a moth circling flame. Each step I took away from the fire ended with my head turning back, drawn by some unspoken demand. It was not only the fire itself, but the feeling that abandoning it meant abandoning answers I was not ready to live without. All that day, I remained. The forest carried on as if nothing were amiss. Birds flicked between branches, squirrels rustled in the underbrush, and yet none came near the clearing. The air within the ring of trees felt sealed off, charged, like the pause before lightning splits the sky. By late afternoon, I resolved to test my limits. I packed my gear, cinched the straps tight, and deliberately walked away. My compass pointed south, and I followed its needle through the pines. At first, every step loosened the knot in my chest. The fire's glow dimmed behind me, hidden by distance and trees. I told myself that was it. I was done. But after 20 minutes of steady hiking, I emerged into a clearing that stopped me cold. It was the same one. The fire burned there as if I had never left. My footprints were still pressed into the soil. My abandoned notebook lay at the edge, its pages curling in the heat. I froze, breath shallow. I checked my compass again. The needle pointed the same direction as before. I had walked straight and true. But somehow, I had circled back. I tried again. Another path angled west. I hiked longer this time, pushing through brambles, skirting a ridge, sliding down into a ravine, then clawing my way out. Sweat ran into my eyes, my legs ached, and when I finally pushed through a thicket, I saw it again. The fire, burning, steady, unchanged, I dropped my pack in the dirt and laughed. It was a hollow sound, cracked and wild. My throat felt raw. The fire did not waver. It seemed to swell in my vision, filling the clearing, until I shut my eyes against it. When I opened them again, dusk had already settled. I had lost hours without realizing. My compass spun lazily in circles, its needle drunk and useless. Something was keeping me here. That night, I didn't bother setting up my tent. I sat on the fallen log, my pack beside me, knife in my hand. The fire cast shifting shadows across the trees, and in those shadows I saw them again. Figures, tall and thin, moving in patterns that suggested a rhythm older than language. Their shapes bent and flowed smoke, made flesh, limbs tapering to points. They never crossed into the clearing. They stayed just at the edge of the light orbiting me, and the flames like planets caught in orbit. Their movements were not random. They circled with intent, their heads, or what passed for heads, bowed toward the fire. Hours passed. My body felt heavy, my eyelids grit-laden. But I dared not close them. I watched as occasionally bent closer, their forms stretching as though pulled toward the flames. At times, I thought I heard words embedded in their movements, syllables carried on the crackle of firewood. My name, whispered low. Thomas. Near midnight, one of the shadows broke from the rest. It elongated, stretched across the clearing like a spear of darkness, and reached me. Cold engulfed me as the shape passed over my body, and the knife slipped from my hand, clattering to the ground. A voice entered my skull. It was not spoken aloud but pressed directly into my thoughts. Sit. Stay. Witness. I wanted to run, scream, claw my way into the night, but my limbs refused. I sat as commanded, rigid and trembling. The fire flared then, logs collapsing inward, sparks raining high. Within the flames, faces formed. Dozens, maybe hundreds, shifting in and out of the blaze. Men, women, children, their features twisted by agony. Their mouths opened and closed in silent cries. I recognized none of them, yet a terrible certainty settled into me. They had all been here before, drawn in as I was, trapped, consumed. The voices rose in my head, overlapping until they became unbearable. Snatches of words. Forgotten hours, stay always. My heart hammered so violently I thought it might rupture. I tore myself free with a scream, lunging sideways. The spell, if that was what it was, shattered. My limbs obeyed me again. I grabbed my pack, left the knife, and ran blindly into the woods. Branches whipped my face, roots clawed my boots, but I didn't care. I ran until my lungs burned, until bile rose in my throat. When I finally collapsed against a tree, gasping, I dared to look back. The fire was there, distant yet visible, burning through the trees like an eye that never blinked. No matter where I fled, it followed. Or worse, the forest folded itself to place me near it again and again. I wept then. Not loudly, but in ragged gasps I couldn't stop. Fear had hollowed me out, and exhaustion filled the gaps. I slid down the tree trunk and let darkness overtake me. When I woke, it was morning once more. Birds sang overhead, light cut through branches, and for a moment, I believed it was over. I half expected the fire to be gone, reduced to nothing but a circle of cold ash. But when I turned my head, there it was, burning, eternal. Something inside me broke then. A resignation, a knowledge that escape was not possible. My compass was worthless, my maps useless. The forest itself had turned traitor, or perhaps it was never mine to walk freely at all. I approached the fire, legs unsteady. The heat washed over me, but it no longer felt like warmth. It was suffocating, oppressive, pressing into my skin like invisible hands. I whispered hoarsely, "What do you want from me?" The flames leaned forward, and in their roar I heard the answer, not in words, but in understanding. It did not want me to leave, it wanted me to join. To sit, to stay, to feed the eternal blaze as those before me had. Faces shifted in the fire again, and this time I thought I saw my own reflected there. I stumbled back, horror clawing at me. No, not yet. Not me. I grabbed my notebook and, with shaking hands, scribbled these words, the only proof I might leave behind if someone should ever stumble where I did. My writing was uneven. The pages blackened at the edges, but I forced myself to keep going, documenting every detail. And now, as I write the final line, I feel the pull stronger than ever. The fire grows, though no wood is left. The shadows close in again, their silent circle unbroken. If you are reading this, know that I tried. Know that I fought. But the fire does not forget, and it does not forgive. My name is Thomas Greer. Deep in the woods, I found a campfire still burning, but no campsite, no footprints, no people. And soon, there will be no me. My name is Laura Beckett. I am a 34-year-old field guide who has spent much of her adult life navigating the trails, ridges, and valleys of the Ozark Mountains. For years I have led groups through twisting paths, introducing them to the beauty and dangers of a region shaped by cliffs, waterfalls, and deep forests. My love of this land has always been rooted in a sense of reverence. I have never mistaken the wilderness for something tame. Yet there are moments that test the limits of what one believes to be natural, and on a cool spring afternoon in Hemed, in Hollow, I found myself confronted with something no compass, trail map, or years of experience could explain. Hemed in Hollow is renowned as the tallest waterfall between the Rockies and the Appalachians. Its single drop plunging more than 200 feet into a rocky amphitheater below. I had been there before with groups, usually in summer when the water thins to a silver thread and crowds of hikers gather at the base to take pictures. This time, however, I was alone. It was late April, a week, when heavy rains had swollen the Buffalo River and turned every feeder creek into a rushing torrent. The air carried the cool dampness of storms that had passed during the night, and the soil under my boots was soft enough that each step pressed a visible track. I hiked in from the Compton trailhead, choosing the longer route that wound downward through oaks and pines until the roar of the falls filled the valley. I planned only to scout, to check whether the trails had taken damage from recent flooding before leading a group there the following weekend. Nothing about my intentions suggested danger. My pack held the usual supplies: water, first aid, a coil of rope, a flashlight, and a topographic map folded neatly into the side pocket. My phone, though it would have little service this far into the hills, was charged. I moved with the steady pace of someone who knows the land, confident, but not careless. When I reached the rim above Hemed, in Hollow, I paused. The view, even to someone like me who had stood there before, demanded awe. Water surged over the cliff in a white curtain, vanishing into mist that curled upward to touch the trees along the rim. Sunlight broke through patchy clouds, catching droplets midair so they flashed like shards of glass. I set my pack down and walked closer to the edge, keeping to the flat stone ledge that jutted outward. My boots were damp, the stone slick, and I leaned slightly backward to counterbalance as I gazed into the valley. That was when I heard it. At first, I thought the crash of the falls had shifted, producing some odd resonance as the water struck the rocks below. But then the sound cut through the steady roar. A scream. It rose high and shrill, unmistakably human, carrying across the amphitheater of stone. I froze, eyes narrowing, breath catching in my chest. The valley below was empty. I had scanned it instinctively the moment the scream pierced the air, expecting to see movement. Perhaps someone at the base, injured, or another hiker separated from their group. Yet there was nothing. No flash of clothing, no figure waving for help, no signs of life at all. Only the constant mist swirling upward and the black rock glistening with sheets of falling water. I waited, straining to listen. The scream did not repeat immediately, and the longer I stood there, the more I questioned whether I had truly heard it. Wind through a canyon can twist sounds. Still, the hairs at the back of my neck prickled, and my heartbeat quickened as though my body recognized something my mind refused to accept. Then it came again. This time the scream was longer, rising and falling with raw agony, echoing so forcefully against the stone walls that it seemed to come from everywhere at once. My hands trembled against the strap of my pack. There was no denying it now. Someone, or something, was down there. Training and instinct took over. I pulled my pack onto my shoulders and began searching for the descent. The official trail led from where I stood down into the valley, steep but navigable with care. I had done it before and knew it would take 15 minutes or more. As I started, I debated the possibilities. Could another hiker have slipped? Could someone be trapped near the base, bones broken on the rocks? The rational explanation drove me forward, but unease gnawed at the edges of my thoughts. The screams had not carried the cadence of injury alone. There had been something hollow, almost distant, as though the voice belonged less to a person than to the canyon itself. I descended cautiously, boots sliding once or twice on wet leaves. Every few minutes, I stopped to listen, but silence had reclaimed the hollow. By the time I reached the valley floor, my nerves were stretched tight from anticipation. Mist cooled my face, and the roar of the falls thundered so loudly that any subtle sound was lost. The base of Hemd in Hollow is a place both majestic and oppressive. Sheer cliffs hem in three sides, rising like dark walls, their surfaces streaked with water. Ferns cling to cracks, and fallen boulders litter the ground slick with moss. I scanned every shadow, every crevice where a person might be. I called out, my voice strained against the roar. "Hello, is anyone down here?" The words dissolved in the spray. No answer came. I moved closer to the pool where the falls struck, shielding my eyes from the mist. The water churned violently, throwing white foam outward. I walked the perimeter, searching for signs, footprints in mud, a dropped pack, anything. Nothing. And yet, when I stopped, I felt eyes on me. It was an irrational sensation, the kind that makes you turn in circles, even while knowing no one is there. The cliffs gave no sign of movement. The forest above remained still. But deep inside, a primitive fear whispered that I was not alone. I lingered too long, straining for another cry. My watch read nearly 3 in the afternoon. Shadows lengthened along the cliffs. Reluctantly, I told myself it must have been a trick of sound. A cry carried from some distant hiker distorted by echo. Still, doubt clung as I started back up the trail. Halfway up the ascent, I stopped again. My breathing was heavy, legs burning, but that was not what made me freeze. From below, faint but clear, the scream rose once more. It did not sound like a person merely hurt. It sounded like someone being torn from themselves. I could not keep moving. Compelled, I turned and descended again, almost stumbling in my rush. At the bottom, silence met me once more. Yet this time, there was something new. On a boulder near the spray of the falls, glistening with water, lay a single object. A scarf. Red, patterned with thin white stripes. Its ends frayed. I picked it up, my hands shaking, recognizing it immediately. I had seen a woman wearing this same scarf earlier that week near the Compton trailhead. A woman who had asked me for directions. I held the scarf tightly, the mist clinging cold against my skin. Questions crowded my mind, none with safe answers. The valley remained empty. Yet I could not shake the certainty that the scream I had heard belonged to her. I kept the red scarf clenched in my hand, as if letting go of it would mean abandoning the only proof that what I had experienced was real. The roar of the waterfall filled my ears, but beneath it my own pulse beat harder, a steady drumming of dread. The last time I had seen the woman with this scarf was only 4 days before. She had been hiking alone, a lean figure in a pale jacket. The scarf wound snugly around her neck despite the warming weather. She had asked if the trail to Hemed in Hollow was safe after rain. I had told her to take caution, that the descent could be treacherous when wet. She had thanked me politely before continuing on. I had thought nothing more of it, until now. I scanned the cliffs again, searching for any ledge where she might have fallen, any trace of a body caught in brush. Nothing. The hollow seemed vast in its emptiness, the mist swirling like smoke to hide whatever secrets it held. The scarf lay heavy in my hand, water dripping from its soaked fabric. I folded it and slipped it into my pack, not because I wanted to keep it, but because leaving it there felt like an offense, as if discarding evidence of someone's fate. I shouted her name, though I did not know it, my voice echoing uselessly against the canyon walls. I tried again and again until my throat felt raw, until my voice became just another fragment of sound lost in the waterfall's thunder. Still, no one answered. Only silence answered me, silence that seemed weighted deliberate. At last I forced myself to turn away. The afternoon light was shifting, fading toward evening, and I did not want to be trapped in the hollow after dark. My boots pressed into the wet soil, and I began the steep climb back toward the rim. Each step felt heavier than it should, as though unseen eyes pressed down upon me. I stopped halfway to catch my breath and looked back. The hollow lay below, mist curling into gray clouds, the falls a white column plunging endlessly. Nothing moved. Yet I could not shake the impression that the place itself was watching me climb, patient and unblinking. By the time I reached the rim, the sun was low, staining the horizon with dull gold. I stood there, breathing hard, the trees whispering in the wind. My instinct told me to leave immediately, to get back to the trailhead and drive home, to let the day end. But something deeper resisted. A voice inside me whispered that if I left now, the truth would remain buried. That woman's fate would stay hidden in the hollow's shadow, and I could not accept that. Instead of leaving, I set my pack down near the rim, pulled out a flashlight, and ate quickly from a granola bar to steady my hands. Darkness was coming, and with it answers perhaps better left unknown. But I was already committed. I would wait. If the screams came again, I would not flee them. I would follow, no matter where they led. The forest grew darker as twilight deepened. The sound of the falls became stranger, shifting as though layered with undertones I had not noticed before. At times it seemed to hiss like whispers. At times it throbbed with a rhythm too close to a heartbeat. I sat on a rock at the rim, flashlight resting across my knees, and tried to steady my breathing. My mind wrestled with doubt, telling me exhaustion and nerves had warped my senses. Yet every time I touched the scarf in my pack, reality anchored me. Someone had been here. Someone had screamed. And someone had left that scarf behind. The first scream of night came suddenly, when shadows had already swallowed the cliffs. It tore through the hollow with a rawness that made my skin crawl. I jerked upright, gripping my flashlight so tightly my knuckles ached. This scream was not faint or distorted. It was close, so close that it seemed to come from directly below where I stood. The beam of my flashlight cut into the darkness, sweeping across stone and mist, but revealed nothing. Still, I could not stand idle. Against all sense, I began the descent once more. The trail at night was treacherous, and more than once my boots slipped on loose gravel. My flashlight beam darted across tree trunks and damp rocks, creating shadows that seemed to reach for me. Every step downward deepened the unease. The scream had faded, but its echo clung to my memory, urging me on like a compulsion. By the time I reached the valley floor again, full night had fallen. The cliffs loomed black, the waterfall gleaming faintly white in my light. The hollow at night was another world. My breath clouded in the cool mist, and the silence pressed heavy, broken only by the crash of falling water. I called out again, my voice trembling, "Hello. Can you hear me?" My words seemed swallowed instantly. I edged closer to the falls, scanning every boulder, every slick ledge, every crevice that might conceal a person. Then, just as despair began to creep in, I heard it. Not a scream, but a sob. It came from behind the veil of water. I froze, heart hammering, the beam of my flashlight quivering across the mist. The sobbing was faint but distinct. The sound of someone crying with hopelessness, muffled by the roar of the falls. My legs shook as I stepped forward. Behind the cascade lay a recess, a shallow cave carved by centuries of rushing water. I had been there once before during a dry season when the flow was thinner. At that time, it had been a novelty, a place to stand behind the fallen water and look outward at the world through liquid glass. But tonight, the cave gaped like a dark mouth, and from its depths came the sound of sorrow. I approached cautiously, spray drenching my clothes, boots slipping on slick rock. I forced myself closer until I reached the edge of the falls. The sobbing stopped. My flashlight pierced the curtain of water, illuminating the cavern beyond. Nothing moved inside, no figure waited. Yet the sense of presence was undeniable, thick as humidity in the air. Gathering my courage, I stepped through the torrent, water slamming against my body in a cold rush. I emerged inside the recess, shaking and dripping, flashlight beam jerking across the stone walls. The space was small, little more than a crescent, shaped hollow, but at its farthest end, carved deep into the rock, I saw scratches, marks etched by human hands. I moved closer. The marks formed words, rough but legible. My light caught them, and I read aloud to steady my trembling lips. It won't let me leave. My heart nearly stopped. The letters gouged into the wall were frantic, jagged, the words repeating several times as though carved in desperation. I touched them. The grooves rough beneath my fingertips, proof that they were not an illusion. Whoever had written this had been trapped, had been terrified. The sobbing I had heard still rang in my ears, even though the cave was empty. Then, from behind me, another scream erupted. This one was so close, so deafening that I dropped my flashlight. Its beam rolled across the wet stone, flaring wildly before coming to rest against the cave wall. My hands clawed at the air, ears ringing, heart slamming in terror. The scream had come from within the cavern itself, yet I stood there alone. When it faded, I was left gasping in the dark, water pounding outside, my mind breaking under the impossibility of it. Something was here, in this hollow, bound to it, and it wanted me to hear. The last echoes of that scream clung to the rock like smoke, shuddering in my chest even after silence returned. My flashlight lay on its side where I had dropped it, its beam cutting a trembling arc across the cave wall. I forced myself to bend, fingers fumbling as I retrieved it. The light wavered in my grasp, and when I turned it toward the gouged words, "It won't let me leave." The letters seemed deeper than before, as if they had been freshly carved in the seconds I had looked away. I touched the grooves again, hoping to feel dry stone. Instead, the cuts were damp, almost raw, as though the rock itself still bled from their making. My breath came shallow and uneven. I backed toward the curtain of water, desperate to step into the open air. But just before I passed through, the sobbing returned. It came from behind me, from deeper, within the cave that should not have existed. When I had first entered, the recess had been no more than a shallow chamber. Now, in the shifting beam of my light, the walls seemed to stretch back into darkness, revealing a narrow passage that had not been there before. The sobbing grew louder, pitiful, insistent. It was a voice that begged for witness. Against every instinct, I followed. The passage was narrow, water dripping from jagged stone, the floor slick beneath my boots. My flashlight illuminated rough walls that pressed close, then widened just enough to reveal another chamber. Here the sobbing cut off abruptly, as though silenced by my arrival. My light swept across the cavern, catching pools of stagnant water, moss clinging to stone, and something else, scraps of fabric scattered across the floor. A torn sleeve, a fragment of flannel, and at the far side, nearly hidden in shadow, a boot lying on its side. I knelt, my pulse pounding, and lifted the boot. It was small, meant for a woman, the sole worn thin. I remembered the scarf still folded in my pack and felt the world tilt beneath me. These were her things. She had been here. Perhaps she still was. I whispered into the darkness, my voice fragile. "If you can hear me, I'm here to help." The words trembled, half prayer, half plea. The hollow gave no answer, only the constant drip of water. Yet my skin crawled with the certainty of being watched. The scream, when it came again, erupted so suddenly I stumbled backward. It was deafening in the confined space, reverberating until my ears rang. But this time the scream shifted midway, warping into a chorus of voices. Dozens layered together, male and female, young and old. All of them shrieking with the same unearthly despair. I clutched the flashlight to my chest, shaking violently. It was not just one soul bound here. The hollow carried the weight of many. The light flickered. For a moment, the beam dimmed, and in that heartbeat of shadow I saw them. Faces pressed into the stone, dozens, maybe hundreds, their mouths open in silent cries. When the light steadied, the rock appeared smooth again, as if mocking my perception. My knees weakened, and I nearly collapsed under the weight of terror. I staggered back toward the waterfall, desperate to flee. The passage seemed longer now, twisting, the sound of rushing water always just out of reach. My boots splashed through shallow pools, my breath ragged. I gripped the wall for balance and whispered myself like a child, urging my body forward. When at last I stumbled through the curtain of falling water and into the open hollow, I collapsed onto the rocks, gasping in the misty air. The night outside was no less suffocating. The cliffs loomed black, and the waterfall's roar carried an undercurrent of cries that I could no longer dismiss as imagination. I clambered to my feet, every nerve screaming at me to climb out of the hollow, to leave and never return. Yet something held me there. The scarf, the boot, the carved words. If I fled, they would remain here, unremembered. I could not bear that. I reached into my pack, pulled out the scarf, and tied it around my wrist as if anchoring myself to her. "I'll get you out," I whispered, though whether I promised the woman or myself, I could not tell. I turned toward the trail that led up the cliff. My flashlight beam cut across the rocks, and that was when I froze. The beam caught movement near the base of the falls, a figure standing in the mist. For a moment my heart leapt with hope. The woman, alive. She swayed on her feet, her jacket pale, her scarf gone from her neck. I staggered toward her, calling out, "I found your things! I can help you." But as I drew closer, hope curdled. Her face was pale, features blurred as though half formed from the spray itself. Her eyes were hollow pits that glistened with reflected light. She opened her mouth, and the scream poured out. Not from her throat alone, but from the cliffs, the waterfall, the air itself. The valley convulsed with it, rattling stone, shaking leaves, drowning my thoughts in raw horror. I fell to my knees, covering my ears, but the scream burrowed through flesh and bone, until it seemed lodged within my skull. Through streaming eyes I looked up. The figure still stood, arm raised, pointing at me with a trembling hand. Then she dissolved into mist, scattering into nothing. I scrambled backward, breath sobbing in my throat. The hollow pressed tighter, the darkness crushing. I turned and fled up the trail, boots slipping, hands clawing at roots for purchase. The climb seemed endless, my muscles burning, lungs raw. Yet behind me, the screams pursued, echoing from every cliff, closing in no matter how high I climbed. The forest itself seemed alive with wailing. When at last I reached the rim, I collapsed onto the ground, trembling. The trees around me were silent, still, as though nothing had happened. But below, faint but unending, the screams continued, echoing across Hemd, in hollow, carried upward in the mist. I could still hear them as I staggered back toward the trailhead, and even when the forest swallowed the sound, it lingered in my head like a wound that would never close. I never reported what happened that night. There was no way to explain it. No evidence I could present that would not brand me delusional. The woman's scarf and the boot I left with the ranger station anonymously, claiming I had found them on the trail. Perhaps they matched a missing persons report. Perhaps they did not. I never asked. But sometimes, late at night, when rain batters my windows and wind howls down the chimney, I hear it again. The scream rises in my memory, layered with countless others, and I know the hollow has not released them. It will not release me, either. Because once you hear the screams echo across Hemd, in hollow you never walk away untouched. My name is Edward Price. I am a man of measured years, neither young enough to rush heedlessly into danger nor old enough to avoid the lonely paths that still call to me. Hiking has long been my chosen refuge. the place where the noise of the world falls away into the hush of trees, and the rhythm of my own footsteps. I take to the trails for clarity of mind, for the steadiness of breath that only the wilderness grants, and for reasons I struggle to explain. I am drawn most often to solitary stretches, where the bluff rises over the valley, its dirt path narrow, its edges unforgiving. That trail had always carried a certain reputation, though no one spoke of it directly. Locals muttered about accidents, about hikers who vanished without trace, about footprints discovered where none should have been. I am not one to bow to rumor. If anything, it was the whisper of unease around the bluff, trail that pulled me toward it, the same way one might press on a bruise, just to feel the sharp reminder of where it hurts. It was early October, the season when the trees burn orange and scarlet before surrendering their leaves. The morning air was cool enough to sting my lungs when I breathed deeply, and a thin mist threaded through the woods, as though it had been waiting for me alone. The bluff trail began with a gentle incline, the kind that lulls you into believing the path is harmless. I carried only a small pack with water, a flashlight, and a knife I never expected to need. My boots pressed into soil dampened by the previous night's rain, leaving clean impressions behind me. I moved steadily, each turn of the trail, lifting me higher until the trees thinned and the valley began to stretch beneath. It was there, on a narrowing bend of the bluff, that I saw him. A man stood ahead of me, motionless, framed by the thinning mist. His stance was rigid, arms at his sides as though waiting. I slowed without meaning to, my boot scraping a stone that skittered down the slope. The sound should have startled him, but he did not turn. When I drew closer, I saw his face. His eyes were hollow, not in the casual sense of wariness, but literally. Empty sockets shadowed and deep, as if something had scooped the living parts away. Yet even without eyes, I felt him watching me. My mouth went dry. I blinked, and in that blink he was gone. The trail ahead stood vacant, a stretch of dirt bending toward the cliff edge. I stopped where he had been, heart hammering so loudly I could hear it in my ears. The earth carried prints, large, heavy indentations pressed deep into the damp soil. They did not match mine. They faced me, as though he had been braced to block my path. I bent down, hand trembling, and hovered above one of the impressions. The depth was unnatural for a man of ordinary weight. It was as though he had pressed his entire being into the ground, anchoring himself there. A breeze swept across the bluff, carrying the sharp scent of wet rock and pine. I told myself I had imagined the figure. Perhaps the mist had shaped itself into the likeness of a man. Perhaps my mind, eager to match the reputation of the place, had conjured him. Yet the footprints were undeniable. I rose quickly and pressed onward. To stand still felt like surrender, as though lingering too long in that place might invite him back. The path tightened as it curled around the bluff, the drop at my left sheer and dizzying. I could hear the faint rush of the river far below, its voice swallowed by distance. My breaths came shallow, uneven, not from exertion but from the cold awareness that I was no longer alone on the trail. For nearly a half-mile, nothing else occurred. The forest thickened again, branches arching overhead, and I began to believe I could outwalk the unease. Yet every so often I would glance back. My own tracks stretched behind me in clean succession, but interspersed among them were others, deeper, wider, placed where they had not been minutes before. The first time I noticed, I froze. I remembered the feel of my boots on each patch of dirt, the precise rhythm of my steps, and I knew without question that those prints were new. Someone, or something, walked the same trail with me, but its pace was strange. Never close enough for me to see, never far enough to lose. I quickened, sweat prickling my spine despite the chill of the day. The forest, once a comfort, closed in tight. Every rustle of leaves became the scrape of pursuit, every shift of wind a whisper I could not quite catch. At one turn, convinced I would finally glimpse him behind me, I spun sharply. No figure stood on the trail, only prints. They ended just a few yards from where I stood. The final pair angled inward, as though the unseen walker had paused, turning his hollow gaze directly on me. I could not remain still. I pressed forward again, pushing through the ache in my legs, telling myself I would descend at the first branching path. But the bluff trail wound ever upward, curling like a serpent, giving me no chance to turn aside. It was near the crest that I began to hear the breathing. At first I mistook it for my own ragged lungs, but soon I recognized the distinction. Mine was uneven, human, strained with effort. The other was steady, guttural, inhaling and exhaling in perfect rhythm with the crunch of my boots. I broke into a half-run, reckless on the narrow trail, arms scraping branches as I forced myself onward. The sound followed. It did not grow louder, but it did not fade. It was always just close enough to remind me that the presence kept pace with ease, unbothered by the terrain. The mist thickened again as I reached the high point of the bluff. Trees receded, leaving me exposed on the bare spine of rock. The valley unfolded beneath me, a sweeping gulf of forest and river, beautiful in any other moment. I staggered to the edge, my chest heaving. For one fragile instant I thought, perhaps the open space would free me, that whatever stalked me belonged only to the enclosed woods below. But then the air shifted. A shadow lengthened across the stone, cast by no shape I could see. I felt the weight of a gaze on the back of my skull. I turned, he was there again. The man with hollow eyes stood no more than 10 feet from me, still and upright, the mist curling around his frame as though reluctant to touch him. His shoulders were broad, his clothing indistinct, dark, faded, the sort of garments that could have belonged to any era. The sockets where his eyes should have been yawned empty, yet they anchored me in place. This time I did not blink. I would not allow him to vanish. But he did not need the blink. He dissolved as though drawn back into the air, his form unraveling until nothing remained but the heavy prints he left on the stone, prints that should not have been possible on such a hard surface. The silence afterward was immense. I stood paralyzed, afraid to step closer to the impressions, afraid to test whether they would crumble into nothing or remain to outlast me. The steady breathing had stopped. The trail, once so alive with sound, now lay hushed as if the woods themselves held breath. I do not remember how long I remained there staring. Minutes, perhaps. Eventually my legs carried me backward, step by slow step, unwilling to turn my back on that place. When at last I forced myself to move forward again, I did so with the grim awareness that the trail had changed. It was no longer simply earth and stone. It was a corridor, and I had already been seen within it. I descended from the high spine of rock, with my nerves frayed raw, every sound magnified against the silence he left behind. The air clung damp against my skin, and the cold I had scarcely noticed earlier had burrowed into my bones. Each step downward felt heavier, as though the earth itself tried to anchor me to the trail. I told myself the worst had passed, that perhaps the figure was a hallucination, born of mist and isolation. But the footprints I had seen, pressed deep where no ordinary man could leave them, remained carved into memory too, sharply to be dismissed. The bluff trail wound me. Through another stretch of dense trees, their trunks close enough that they formed narrow corridors, dark even in daylight. I tried to keep my focus on the path, but often my eyes flicked sideways, searching the dim spaces between the boles. More than once, I thought I caught the outline of movement, a slant of shoulder, the tilt of a head, only to find the space empty when I fixed my gaze. My breath kept hitching in uneven bursts, and the quiet of the forest no longer soothed but oppressed, as though the hush had intent. At one bend, I stopped and crouched to study the dirt. My prints were where they should be, but threaded alongside were others. His again. They ran parallel to mine, set a few inches apart, sometimes overlapping as though he had shadowed me step for step. I pressed my palm against one, foolishly hoping it might smudge like any normal impression. The soil was still damp, but the print held fast, as firm and defined as if it had been cut into stone. I stood quickly, heartbeat racing, and continued. I do not know what compelled me to speak aloud then. Perhaps the desperate need to fill the silence. What do you want? My voice broke against the trees. No echo returned, only the faint sigh of wind. I felt ridiculous, yet the question hung heavy in the air, as if received though not answered. By the time the trail bent toward its second overlook, shadows had lengthened. Clouds rolled across the sky, dimming the light. I had not realized how many hours had passed, how slowly I had been moving. The view should have been beautiful. Valleys stretching wide, the river gleaming faintly. But I could not see beauty anymore. My eyes caught instead on the ground, where prints clustered near the edge of the bluff. Dozens of them, pressed so deep they seemed to pool with shadow. They circled and overlapped, facing every direction, as though the hollow-eyed man had paced and lingered there for hours, or for years. Something seized my chest. I could not pass that place, could not step into the circle of his presence. I turned back, intent on retreating down the same way I had come. The forest disagreed. The trail behind me did not look as it should. Where moments ago the path had curved gently through thinning trees, I now faced a corridor of trunks pressed unnaturally close, their bark darkened, slick as if wet though no rain fell. The air smelled of iron, sharp and metallic. I blinked hard, thinking fatigue twisted my senses, but the change held. The trail was not gone, but altered, tightened into something unfamiliar. I stepped backward, choosing to face what lay ahead instead. Fear warred with reason, but instinct told me forward was the only way left. I skirted the circle of prints wide, hugging the edge of the trees, feeling as though unseen eyes tracked each movement. My boots crunched in rhythm, one deliberate step after another, and though no figure stood in sight, I felt him beside me. The next stretch of the bluff narrowed to a cruel ribbon, the drop sheer at one side and a wall of stone on the other. My palms brushed the rock, rough and damp, while I pressed forward with care. It was here I heard it again, the breathing. Not my own, not strained or ragged, but deep and even, drawn close enough that I swore I could feel its warmth brush my neck. I froze. The sound ceased instantly, as if mocking me. I spun, half expecting to collide with a body, but nothing stood behind. My stomach lurched as I noticed the dirt at my feet. New prints. Fresh, damp. The edges sharp, They pointed not toward me but alongside, as though someone invisible stood shoulder to shoulder, facing the drop with me. A wave of vertigo swept me. I shut my eyes and forced air into my lungs. "Keep walking," I whispered to myself, though my legs trembled. One step, then another. Somehow I reached the wider bend beyond. The bluff opened again, and I collapsed against a boulder, drawing my pack around to fumble for water. My fingers shook so badly the bottle slipped and rolled across the ground, stopping in one of the prints. The plastic rattled faintly, as though something unseen had tapped it. I snatched it back, throat burning as I swallowed too quickly. The taste of water steadied me only slightly. I decided then that I would not complete the loop. I would find a way down, trail or no. Better to risk scrambling through rock and brush than remain where the rules of earth and air bent around a hollow-eyed figure. With the sun already dimmed, I cut into the forest at the next opportunity, away from the bluff's edge. The slope was steep, tangled with roots, but I slid and stumbled through it with blind urgency. Branches lashed at my arms and face, the earth crumbling beneath my weight. For a short distance I thought I might escape, until the forest rearranged itself again. The slope leveled too suddenly. The trees parted, and I staggered forward onto familiar ground. My breath caught when I saw the path beneath me. The bluff trail, unmistakable. Its dirt scarred with the same impossible prints. I had circled back without meaning to. Panic hollowed me. I had veered sharply off course, chosen a reckless descent, yet still the trail reclaimed me. I did not know whether the land had twisted itself or whether the figure had guided me without touch. Both possibilities gnawed equally. Darkness began to fall. The mist thickened once more, curling in long tendrils. Every sound in the forest muted except one. The crunch of unseen steps pacing just beyond my sight. They kept exact rhythm with me now, no longer content to trail behind. I walked faster, the twilight bleeding to night. My flashlight cut a narrow tunnel through the dark, the beam bouncing against trunks and rocks. It caught briefly on movement ahead. A flicker of shape, tall and broad, gone before I could focus. I nearly turned back, but the weight of presence behind me was heavier still. Forward remained the only choice. The trail carried me to a wooden marker I remembered from earlier in the day. Its paint faded, the arrow barely visible. Relief pricked me. It meant the trailhead was not impossibly far. Yet the ground beneath the sign was different than before. It was churned, gouged as if dozens of feet had stomped and dragged there. In the beam of my light, the impressions wreathed with shadow, as though not fixed but shifting, pressing deeper as I watched. A noise swelled then, low and guttural, like the exhalation of something immense. It reverberated through the ground, vibrating the soles of my boots. I stumbled backward, light shaking wildly, and in its erratic sweep I caught him once more. He stood less than 20 feet away. His hollow eyes locked on mine, though no pupils existed. His posture was unchanged, rigid, arms at his sides, yet the air around him bent inward, as though drawn into his frame. The mist clung to him, feeding into the sockets of his face like smoke funneled into a void. I could not move. My body betrayed me, rooted as if I had grown from the soil itself. His head tilted slightly, a motion so small yet deliberate it froze my blood. The shadows wreathed deeper into the prints at his feet, widening them, spreading like stains across the earth. The guttural sound rose again. No longer just breath, but something layered. Many voices in unison, each whispering fragments I could not decipher. I forced a step backward. Then another. My light shook across his frame, but no detail resolved. He was not a man, but the suggestion of one. The shape memory clings to after the real image has been stripped away. And then, without warning, he advanced. Not with steps. I never saw his legs move, but the space between us shrank all the same. The prints multiplied instantly across the ground, a cascade of indentations racing toward me, each pressed as sharply as if struck by unseen weight. I turned and ran. Branches clawed at me. Stones slid beneath. My breath tore in my throat. Behind me, the prints stamped in rapid rhythm, a sound like drum beats hammering the soil. I did not look back. I could not bear the sight of him closing the distance. When the trees thinned at last, I burst into a clearing, gasping. My beam swept wide, and there, the faint outline of the trailhead sign in the distance, the promise of escape. I pushed harder, lungs burning, every nerve convinced I would feel his hand seize me before I reached it. Yet, when I stumbled across the final stretch of dirt and gravel, the sound behind me stopped. I spun, chest heaving, flashlight trembling. The trail was empty. No figure stood, but the ground, stretching back into the mist, was a sea of prints, countless, overlapping, pressed deeper and deeper until the earth itself seemed hollowed out. At the trailhead, I collapsed against the wooden post, as if its weathered surface alone could shield me. My flashlight beam wavered weakly over the dirt lot, where my car waited, a solitary shape under the trees. My chest rose and fell in violent rhythm, every breath clawing for air. The night had settled fully now, thick and moonless, the mist rising like steam from hidden fissures in the earth. The prints stretched all the way to the threshold of the trail, but not beyond. For a long moment I dared not move. My legs trembled too violently to trust. My eyes searched the shadows, convinced I would see him standing there at the tree line, hollow gaze fixed on me. Yet the forest was empty, silent. Only the weight of what I had seen pressed against me. Gathering what remained of my strength, I staggered toward the car. Each step on gravel sounded unnaturally loud, like signals sent into the night. My hand fumbled the keys, metal slipping against metal, until at last I unlocked the door. When I slid inside, I expected relief to flood me, but it did not. The air inside the car was just as cold, just as thick with tension, as though the barrier of metal and glass meant nothing. I twisted the ignition. The engine turned, sputtered, then roared alive, its noise startling in the quiet. Headlights blazed across the lot, cutting through mist. For a breath I believed myself safe, until the beams illuminated the ground directly ahead. Prints. Fresh, sharp, impossibly deep. They ran straight toward the car, stopping only feet from the bumper. My hands gripped the wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. I told myself not to look up, not to search the trees, not to give him form by seeking it. Instead, I shifted into drive and pressed the accelerator. Gravel sprayed as the tires spun, then caught. The car lurched forward, headlights sweeping the forest road. I kept my eyes fixed on the narrow path lit before me, refusing to glance at the rearview mirror. My whole body screamed to check, to know if he followed, but instinct insisted that looking would be invitation. I drove with single-minded desperation, every bend in the road a prayer, that it would carry me further from that place. Minutes blurred. The mist thinned gradually, the trees widened, and at last the main road opened before me. I nearly wept at the sight of the faded asphalt, the painted lines worn but tangible, civilization's fingerprint. I merged onto it without slowing, the car rattling with the speed. Only once I had driven several miles did I dare lift my eyes to the mirror. Darkness stared back, unbroken. No figure in pursuit. No trail of prints illuminated by the red glow of my taillights. For the first time since the bluff, I exhaled fully, the sound ragged and hollow. Yet even then, relief would not take root. Something had changed in me, something permanent. My mind replayed the tilt of his head, the void of his eyes, the way space itself had bent to his presence. I could not forget the prints multiplying across the earth, stretching to consume every inch. I knew, though I wanted to deny it, that distance would not erase what I had seen. When I reached town, the ordinary sights of street lamps and shuttered shops looked wrong, as though filmed through a veil. I drove straight home, pulled into the driveway, and sat unmoving for long minutes before I could summon the strength to step out. My front door opened into silence, familiar walls greeting me, but the air felt altered, as though a part of the trail had followed inside. That night I could not sleep. Each time I shut my eyes, I felt the weight of a gaze pressing against my lids, hollow and patient. I left the lights burning in every room, yet shadows stretched longer than they should have, curling into corners like mist. When dawn finally came, it offered no comfort. I was not rested. I was only awake. Days passed, and I told myself to forget. Work demanded attention, routine pressed forward. And I forced myself to act as though life remained normal. But reminders lingered in small ways. Muddy prints appeared in places they should not. In the corner of my porch after a dry night. On the doormat though I lived alone. Once even on the tile of my kitchen floor. Damp impressions fading slowly, as though reluctant to leave. I scrubbed them each time, but the memory clung sharper than the stains. One evening, unable to endure the silence of my house, I sought company at a local bar. The room was dim, filled with the hum of conversation, glasses clinking. For a while the noise dulled my thoughts. But then I overheard an older man at the counter speaking quietly to another. He mentioned the Bluff Trail, his voice pitched low, as if even the name carried weight. I shifted closer, listening. He spoke of hikers gone missing, of strange reports through the years. He said the same thing, always linked the disappearances. Prints found in impossible places, pressed so deep into stone they outlasted weather. I did not join the conversation. I left the bar without finishing my drink. At home, sleep eluded me again. My curtains rattled though no wind blew. The smell of damp earth filled the room. I rose to check the window, half expecting to see nothing but the quiet street. He stood there, at the edge of the yard, just beyond the pale glow of the street lamp. The hollow-eyed man waited. His frame was still, his arms at his sides, the sockets of his face darker than the night around them. I froze, heart thundering. I blinked once. He did not vanish. Instead, the ground beneath him shifted, sagged, indentations spreading outward, as though his weight was sinking into the earth itself. My breath caught sharp. I stumbled backward, knocking a chair. When I looked again through the glass, the yard was empty. But prints stretched across the grass, darker patches where no shadow should be. I did not sleep at all that night. In the days that followed, I grew certain he was no longer bound to the trail. Wherever I went, I felt him near. At work, glancing down the hallway, I would see the faint impression of a footprint on polished tile. In the grocery store, the mist from refrigeration units seemed to curl into the shape of shoulders. Once, while walking to my car, I heard the steady rhythm of a second pair of steps, echoing mine in perfect unison, though the lot was empty. I considered leaving town, but dread whispered that distance was meaningless. He was not tied to place but to witness, to me. The final proof came one evening when I returned home to find the front door ajar. My heart seized, but I forced myself inside, every nerve alive with terror. The air smelled of damp soil. My living room was unchanged. Yet on the carpet a line of prints stretched from the doorway to the center of the room. They stopped directly before my armchair. On the seat of that chair, pressed into the fabric, as though an unseen weight had settled there, was the faint outline of a man's form. I dropped my keys. They struck the floor with a metallic clatter, echoing far too loudly in the silence. The impression faded slowly, but not before I knew beyond doubt that he had been waiting. I do not know what he wants. He never speaks, never reaches, never moves in ways I can catch. Yet he is closer now. His patience is endless. Each night the prints draw nearer to where I rest, circling the bed, the couch, the desk. Each morning I wake with the taste of damp air in my mouth, as if I have been breathing the same mist that feeds him. I tell myself I will leave, but something paralyzes me each time. Perhaps I understand already. There is nowhere left to go. I am a marked man, a traveler who wandered too far on the bluff trail, who met the gaze of what waits there. And once you meet the hollow eyes, you never walk alone again. My name is Sophia Carter, and I have never considered myself the type to chase after strange things. I am not an adventurer by nature, nor someone who seeks out the peculiar or the dangerous. I grew up in a small town in Arkansas, the kind of place where most nights are quiet, and the loudest sound is the croak of frogs from the creek behind the church. My life was unremarkable in every sense, which is perhaps why I remember so vividly the day I wandered too far off a familiar trail and found something I should never have seen. It was late October, the kind of afternoon when the air smelled of wet leaves and wood smoke drifting from chimneys miles away. I had driven out to hike alone, something I occasionally did when I needed silence to think. The forest was part of the Buffalo National River area, a stretch of wilderness I had visited many times before. I knew most of the marked trails well enough to picture them blindfolded, but on that day, curiosity nudged me onto an older side path I had never noticed before. The path wasn't marked, though it looked like it once had been. The ground was sunken with the shape of old footsteps, the kind of depression that told me it had been walked often years ago, but rarely now. Branches hung low, snapping against my jacket, and the smell of rot grew heavier the farther I went. I should have turned back. Even now, I replay that thought endlessly. How easy it would have been to stop and return to the familiar trail. But there is always that thin line between curiosity and mistake, and I crossed it. The woods grew darker the deeper I went, though the sun was still high. The canopy tangled so thick above me that light struggled to drip through. My boots squelched in patches of mud, and the air had a silence to it that wasn't natural. No birds, no squirrels, not even the faint buzz of insects. It was as if I had stepped into a sealed off pocket of the forest where life had no business breathing. That was when I saw it a cabin, squatting crooked between two black oaks. At first glance, it looked ordinary enough. The kind of decaying hunting cabin one might expect in old woods. The boards were gray with rot. Moss smeared the edges of the roof, and the whole thing leaned as if the earth beneath it had shifted unevenly. But as I drew closer, the wrongness became clear. There was no door. I mean this literally. Where a door should have been, there was only seamless wall. The boards continued without interruption, nailed and weathered, unbroken from corner to corner. I circled slowly, my boots crunching through dead leaves, and realized something else. There were no windows either. 4 walls intact, rising into a sagging roof. A cabin with no entry, no opening, no way to step inside. Yet I heard movement within. It was faint at first, just a scuff like the drag of a boot sole against wood. Then something heavier. A shuffle that made the boards groan deep inside. My stomach tightened, and I froze where I stood, my breath caught in my throat. I waited, telling myself it had to be an animal. A raccoon maybe, or some trapped deer that had forced itself through a hidden gap. But the longer I listened, the more certain I became that the steps were deliberate, paced, almost thoughtful in their rhythm. "Hello." My voice left me before I could stop it, thin and nervous. The cabin answered with silence. I stood there, clutching the strap of my backpack, as though it would anchor me, and I tried again, louder this time. "Is someone in there?" That was when it moved, swiftly directly beneath where I stood outside the wall. The boards thudded with the weight of steps rushing to meet me, and I stumbled back, nearly tripping over a root. My pulse slammed against my temples, and every instinct screamed at me to run. But I didn't. Something stronger than fear rooted me there, a terrible fascination with the impossible. I pressed my hand against the wall. The wood was damp, cold, and solid beneath my palm. There was no seam, no break, nothing to suggest a hidden door. Yet when I leaned close, I heard breathing. Slow, steady, human breathing. I yanked my hand away as though the wall had burned me. The forest felt closer then, pressing in with its silence, and I realized I had not thought about how to get back. I had walked further than I intended, off a trail I barely knew, and the trees seemed unfamiliar in every direction. For several minutes I stood motionless, fighting with myself. One part of me whispered to leave, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that cabin. But another part, stubborn, reckless, needed to know more. The cabin had no door, no windows, no way in or out, and still there was someone or something inside. I circled it again, slower this time, examining every board. Moss hung in strips, and nails rusted like dried blood along the seams. On the north side, where the shadows were deepest, I found gouges in the wood. Long, jagged scratches, as if made by claws or hands. They ran in frenzied clusters, some shallow, some deep enough to splinter the grain. That sight should have ended my curiosity. Instead, it anchored me further in. As I studied the scratches, a soft knock came from inside, directly opposite the wall I faced. One knock, then another. Measured, patient. My voice cracked when I whispered, "Who's there?" 3 knocks answered. The sound was deliberate, not random, not the restless movement of an animal. Whoever was inside was listening. Whoever was inside was responding. I backed away then, finally tearing myself from that wall. My boots tangled in roots, and I nearly fell, but I caught myself and turned, forcing my legs to move. I did not run, not yet, though my body begged me to. I walked swiftly back the way I thought I had come, glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, expecting the cabin to shift or follow. The path was harder to find than I remembered. Branches clawed at me, and the silence of the woods was so deep it felt like being underwater. When I finally stumbled back onto the main trail, relief surged so sharp it nearly brought tears. I told myself I would never return, that I had been stupid to wander so far, that whatever that cabin was, it was not meant to be touched by people like me. But fear has a way of mixing with curiosity until they are impossible to separate. By the time I reached my car, mud caked to my boots and sweat chilling down my back, I knew the truth. I would come back. That night, I dreamed of the cabin. In my dream, I walked around it endlessly, circling while something inside circled with me, always on the opposite side of the wall. I never saw its face, but I felt its presence. Heavy, waiting. When I woke, the sound of knocking lingered in my ears, steady and patient as though it had followed me home. I could have let it end there. That would have been the sensible choice, to let the image of that rotting cabin fade into the dark corner of my memory where strange, unexplainable moments go when we choose to forget them. But that night marked a turning point. It wasn't just the dream, though the dream lingered with me. Like smoke, I could not breathe clear. It was the certainty, a voice inside me that whispered again and again, "You left something behind." The following day, I tried to occupy myself with normal tasks: laundry, groceries, answering work emails I had neglected. But nothing held. Every time I paused, my mind drifted back to the sound of breathing behind damp wood, to the deliberate knocks that had echoed back at me. I would startle at ordinary noises: ice settling in a glass, my neighbor's footsteps overhead, because each one reminded me of the muffled thuds from inside that wall. By evening, I had made a decision I pretended was reluctant, but in truth had been forming since the moment I left the woods. I would go back. The excuse I gave myself was simple. I had imagined it. I had mistaken the creaks of old timber for the shuffle of footsteps, the settling of moss-covered boards for breath. It was too easy for the mind to create phantoms in places already steeped in silence. If I returned in daylight and found the cabin unchanged, just 4 rotting walls with nothing but emptiness inside, I could let the matter rest. That was the lie I clung to as I packed a flashlight, a knife I had never used for anything but camping meals, and a small notebook. I told myself I was prepared, but the truth was, nothing could have prepared me for what I would discover. The forest greeted me colder than before, though the sun still hung high. The trail that had felt foreign the previous day was easier to trace now. My body remembered the way even when my mind pretended not to. And just as I had feared, I found myself once again before the crooked silhouette of the cabin. It looked no different. The same sagging roof, the same gray boards sealed tight without seam or opening. But seeing it again sent a shiver through me, as if my body recognized a predator the eyes could not name. I circled it slowly, pressing my ear to the walls in different places. At first there was nothing. The forest held its breath, waiting. Then, faint but undeniable, I heard its movement. A shift of weight, wood protesting under pressure. Something was inside again. I whispered without meaning to. The response was immediate. 3 knocks. Deliberate, patient. My skin prickled. I raised my hand and tapped once against the wall. The wood was cold under my knuckles. Silence followed, stretching long enough that I almost laughed at myself for expecting more. Then came 2 knocks from within, louder this time, strong enough to rattle dust from the seams. I stumbled back. My voice broke into the quiet. "Who are you?" What answered was not words but a slow drag. something heavy sliding across the floor inside, circling to follow me. The sound kept pace with me as I moved, just as in my dream. Whatever was in there was aware of me, mirroring me. Fear coiled through my chest, but I forced myself to keep circling. On the north side, near the gouges I had seen before, I pulled out my knife and pressed it to the wood. My hand shook, but I began to carve, prying at the softened grain. If there was no door, I would make one, even if just a small hole. The wood resisted more than I expected, dense despite its rot. My blade scraped and splintered, and sweat stung my eyes as I worked. Inside, the movement had gone still, as if waiting, watching. When I finally pried free a piece of the board the size of my palm, a rush of air slipped out, cold, damp, stinking of earth and mildew. I pressed my eye to the hole, straining to see within. Darkness. No light entered. It was as though the interior swallowed it whole, a blackness thicker than any natural shadow. I could see nothing. No floor, no walls, no figure, only void. And then an eye opened. Not my reflection, not a trick of light, a pale, lidless eye. Staring back at me from the dark, just inches beyond the splintered hole. I gasped and staggered away, dropping the knife into the leaves. My body went cold, my lungs locking as if the air itself had turned solid. From the hole came a sound breathing. Not steady now, but ragged. Hungry, dragging air through unseen lungs. And then, faint but unmistakable, a whisper slipped through the crack. Sophia. It said my name. I don't remember choosing to run. One moment I was frozen in terror. The next I was tearing through the woods, branches whipping my face, roots clawing my boots. The forest blurred around me, my heartbeat drowning every thought. I did not stop until I stumbled out onto the main trail, gasping, my chest burning. I didn't look back. When I reached my car, mud-streaked and trembling, I locked the doors and sat there for nearly half an hour, staring at my pale reflection in the rearview mirror. My knife was gone, left lying in the leaves before that impossible wall. And I realized something worse, my name. I had never told it aloud in the woods, not once, and yet the thing inside the cabin knew it. That night, sleep did not come. I lay in bed, the whisper replaying in my head. Sophia, over and over, until I almost believed it was spoken not once, but many times, following me all the way home. At some hour past midnight, I rose and went to the kitchen for water. That was when I heard it, 3 knocks. Not from the door, not from the windows, from the walls. Knocks, measured and patient, echoing as though I had never left the cabin at all. I did not sleep again after hearing those knocks within my walls. Sleep felt impossible, as if the very idea of rest had been stripped from me. I sat in the living room with every light burning, clutching a kitchen knife that was pitiful compared to the dread pressing in from all sides. The knocks never repeated, but silence was worse. Silence gave me space to imagine them resuming, closer, louder, spreading from wall to wall, until my house itself became the cabin. By dawn, I had made another decision that defied reason. I would return. It is easy to condemn my choice now, to call it reckless, suicidal even. But reason had already eroded. Fear had turned to obsession. Something inside that cabin had spoken my name, had followed me home. I thought, no, I believed, that if I confronted it directly, I might force an answer. The alternative was waiting for it to grow bold enough to step fully into my life. So I packed again, this time not only a flashlight but also rope, a crowbar from the garage, and an old camera I had used in college. Tools, I told myself, as if tools could matter against something that existed beyond explanation. The drive was silent. The road misted over from the chill of late October. The forest greeted me like a cathedral abandoned by God, tall trees arching overhead, their branches bare and skeletal. I parked at the same spot, though part of me prayed my memory would fail, that I would never find the path again. But the path waited, almost clearer than before, as if it remembered me too. By the time I reached the clearing, my hands were shaking so badly I had to stop and clench them into fists. The cabin stood unchanged, the same seamless walls, the same roof sagging as though under centuries of weight. Yet it no longer seemed abandoned. The silence around it was alive, the forest holding its breath, as though it knew I had come to trespass again. I stepped forward, crowbar in hand, and circled until I found the hole I had carved. The jagged gap gaped like a wound in the wall. I raised the flashlight and shone its beam through. Again, only darkness. It swallowed the light completely, leaving no shape, no depth. My heart pounded as I pressed the crowbar against the wood and began to pry at the boards. Splinters rained down, the old nails groaning in protest. Inside, something shifted. Knocks answered me, slow and steady. Not 3 this time, but 4, then 5. A rhythm that climbed, insistent. I kept prying. The wood cracked, one board loosening, then another. The gap widened until I could see not only blackness, but the faintest shimmer, as if the dark itself rippled like water. And then, from within, the whisper came again. Sophia. The sound was closer this time, pressed right against the crack. My breath hitched, and I nearly dropped the crowbar. But before I could retreat, something pale pushed against the opening. A hand, if it could be called a hand. The shape was right. 5 digits. A palm. But the skin was wrong. Translucent, bloodless, the veins beneath faintly pulsing with some lightless current. The nails were black, cracked, and the fingers twitched with slow, deliberate purpose. I stumbled back, heart hammering, but the hand did not force its way through. It only pressed against the opening, stroking the splintered wood as if testing it, learning it. The whisper followed again, softer, almost coaxing. Come in. My knees nearly gave beneath me. There's no door? I whispered back, as if answering mattered. The thing inside laughed. A low, breathless sound that slid into me like ice water. No door for me. The hand withdrew. Silence swallowed the clearing. But I could feel it still, waiting. I should have run. God help me. I should have fled into the trees and never looked back. But something compelled me to lift the camera. With trembling hands, I raised it and snapped a photo of the cabin wall. The flash lit the board stark white for a split second, and in that light, I saw not a cabin, but a face pressed to the wood. Dozens of faces. They were stretched across the walls like reflections caught in warped glass. Eyes wide, mouths open in frozen screams, skin blending into the rotting boards. The entire cabin was not built of wood but of them. A lattice of human forms melded together, trapped in place. I dropped the camera. My mind rebelled, tried to deny what I had seen, but denial collapsed under the weight of their gazes. They were watching me, all of them. Hundreds of eyes peering from the seams of the wall. And then the knocking resumed. This time it came from every side at once. A storm of fists pounding from within. The cabin shuddered, dust exploding from its roof. The ground trembling beneath my boots. The air grew colder, sharper, as though the forest itself recoiled from the thing trying to break free. I turned and ran. There was no choice left, no strength in me to stay. The trees blurred as I fled, my breath tearing raw in my throat. Behind me, the knocking did not fade. It followed, echoing, as though the sound had crawled into my skull. I reached my car without remembering how. My hands barely obeyed me as I jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine roared, and I sped down the dirt road, heart still slamming, eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. The cabin did not follow, but the knocks continued in my ears all the way home. When I finally staggered into my house, I locked every door, every window, though I knew locks meant nothing now. The camera was still in my pack. With dread I could barely face, I pulled it out and scrolled to the photo I had taken. The screen showed only darkness, no boards, no hand, no faces. But as I stared, the blackness shifted. Shapes began to form, not frozen screams this time, but movement. Slow, crawling movement, as if the inside of the cabin had spilled into the image. And at the center, pale and lidless, an eye opened. It blinked. I threw the camera across the room. The screen cracked, but the faint glow lingered in the corner. That eye staring out at me even through broken glass. I do not know what the cabin is, or why it exists, but I know this. There are no doors because nothing inside it was meant to leave. And yet it can. It has already followed me home. The knocking comes now every night. Sometimes from the walls. Sometimes from the floor beneath my bed. Sometimes from inside the closet. It never breaks rhythm. Patient. Deliberate. I fear the day I will answer it. My name is Jason White, and I have always believed that rivers carry more than water. They carry memories, the weight of storms, and sometimes, if you stay too long by their banks at night, they carry things that no one alive was meant to see. The night I learned that truth was late in the summer, years ago, when the heat of the day lingered in the air, but the woods along the river had already gone still. It was close to midnight when I first saw her. I had gone down to the water because sleep had refused to come to me. My cabin sat a short walk from the banks of the Little Pine River, a winding body of water that cut through valleys of the Ozarks and whispered against the stones. I had been staying there alone for several weeks, telling myself I needed the solitude to think, to catch up on writing, to shake loose the noise of my life in the city. But solitude has a way of amplifying what you would rather not hear. Every creak of the timbers felt louder. Every scrape of branches against glass sounded deliberate. And that night, when the silence inside the cabin began to press against my chest, I slipped out into the dark and walked toward the water. The river was running low that season. Rocks jutted up from the shallows like the backs of gray turtles, and the current slid around them with a slow patience. I followed the faint track through the trees, my flashlight off, relying on the white sheen of moonlight. The air smelled of wet earth and decaying leaves, the scent that always rises when water hides secrets beneath it. When I stepped out onto the bank, I expected stillness. Instead, I froze. She was there. A woman, barefoot. Her dress clung to her like she had just stepped from the river itself, though the water had barely touched her ankles where she paced. The fabric dripped steadily, drops falling onto the rocks with a rhythm that almost matched the river's own. She walked slowly, forward and back, as if marking a boundary only she could see. Her head was tilted down, the curtain of her wet hair obscuring her face. I remember my first thought clearly. It wasn't fear, not immediately. It was confusion, a grasping for some reasonable explanation. Perhaps she had been swimming, though no one swam that stretch of river at night. Perhaps she was lost. Perhaps I had stumbled upon some local sleepwalker. I told myself many things in those first seconds, because I needed them to be true. I stepped closer. Pebbles shifted under my boots, crunching loudly, and her head turned at the sound. I saw her face then, or rather, I saw enough to know that I should not have looked. Her features were pale, not just with the cast of the moon, but with something drained, emptied. Her eyes glistened, catching the dim light like stones at the bottom of water. They did not widen with surprise, nor narrow with suspicion. They simply held me, as though I had already intruded on something I could not leave. She did not speak. She did not stop walking. Her steps continued, backward and forward, always within that narrow strip of shoreline. Each time she reached the invisible end of her path, she turned sharply, the water tugging at her dress, her bare feet leaving no marks on the sand. I should have gone back then. I should have turned away before the sight of her became part of me. But curiosity has its own weight, heavier than fear. I called out, my voice small against the broad silence of the forest. "Miss."
Are you all right?
She did not answer. I stepped closer still, the distance between us closing. My boots sank slightly in the wet soil, but I could see now that hers did not. Her feet met the ground, but the sand did not shift beneath them. The realization unsettled me, but I clung to denial. "You shouldn't be out here alone," I said. "Fen, do you need help?" Her head tilted again, this time not toward me but upward, as though she were listening to something above the treetops. The movement revealed more of her face, the hollowness in her cheeks, the way her lips moved faintly without sound. It was then I noticed her dress more clearly. It wasn't modern fabric. It was long, heavy, like linen or muslin, the sort you'd expect to find in an old photograph, rather than on a midnight shoreline. The wetness made it darker, clinging to her frame, the sleeves hanging limp. The drops that fell from her hem did not ripple the water where they landed. They fell through, vanishing as though absorbed before touching the surface. I felt the hair rise on my arms, the prickling certainty that what I saw was not bound by the same rules I was. And yet, I could not turn away. The river made a low sound, a hushed murmur as it pushed against the stones. It seemed to grow louder as I watched her, until I could no longer separate the sound of the current from the faint movement of her lips. She was not speaking to me. She was speaking to the river, or to something within it. I told myself again to leave, but my feet betrayed me. I took another step, then another, until I was near enough to see the strands of her hair plastered to her temples, the water trickling from her jawline down her neck. That was when she finally stopped pacing. Her body turned toward me, her full attention resting on where I stood. I felt it like a weight, a stillness that pressed the air flat. The river quieted. Even the night insects seemed to fall silent. Her lips parted. No sound came, but her mouth formed a word I could not mistake. "Go." The single command snapped through me, not spoken but planted in my head as if it had always been there. My throat closed. My legs jolted as though waking from paralysis, and I stumbled backward onto the rocks. The flashlight slipped from my grip and clattered onto the stones, its beam spinning across the water. When the light caught her again, she was gone. Only the shoreline remained, pale and wet under the moon, the ripples sliding slow and indifferent. I stayed frozen for a long time, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. Finally, with shaking hands, I picked up the flashlight and forced myself back toward the trees. Each step retreating from the water, like I was leaving something unfinished behind. Back at the cabin, I locked the door, though it had never needed locking before. The image of her face followed me into the dark. I lay awake, listening for the river's whisper through the trees. I told myself that what I had seen was some strange trick of light and exhaustion. I told myself that the woman had been real, someone from town, and that I would hear about her in the morning. I told myself many things. None of them held. Because when dawn came and I dared to walk back to the shoreline, there were no footprints in the sand. Only my own, pressed deep where I had stood, and beside them, the smooth, untouched strip where she had walked all night long. I did not return to the river that night, but I knew I would. Because the moment you see something that shouldn't exist, it doesn't let go. It waits for you. It calls you back. And I could already hear the whisper of the water promising that I would find her again. I tried to resist the pull of the river. For 2 days I busied myself with small, useless chores inside the cabin, sweeping the same wooden floorboards until the broom bristles frayed, rereading books I'd already finished, writing half-sentences in my notebook that trailed off without meaning. But every quiet moment seemed to swell with that memory. Her pale face, her silent pacing, the way her mouth had formed that single word inside my head. The nights were the worst. I would lie on the narrow bed, listening to the insects and the distant hum of water, and my chest would tighten with the thought that she might be out there again, walking the bank as if bound to it. Sometimes I thought I heard the faint splash of water, though the windows were closed and the cabin sat back from the shoreline. More than once, I sat up in the dark and nearly reached for my boots, but fear always kept me rooted. On the third night, however, something shifted. I woke to a sound, clear, insistent, that cut through the hum of crickets. It wasn't the river. It wasn't the creak of wood or the sigh of branches. It was knocking. Not on the cabin door, but faint and steady, like knuckles against glass. I turned my head toward the single window that faced the river. The curtains were thin, the pale outline of the moon glowing behind them, and the sound came again. One knock, a pause, another. I did not move at first. My breath caught and refused to leave me. The knocks continued, gentle but deliberate, as though someone waited with infinite patience for me to answer. Finally, unable to stand it, I swung my legs out of bed and crept closer. My hand trembled as I pinched the curtain fabric and pulled it back an inch. Nothing was there. Only the still line of trees, the faint shimmer of moonlight over the clearing, and the ghostly silver of the river beyond. Yet, when I let the curtain fall, the knocking resumed. I pressed my back against the wall, heart hammering. My mind scrambled for explanations. Branches in the wind, perhaps. But the trees were still. A loose shutter. But there were none. I felt certain then, with a clarity that left me cold, that the sound was not part of the cabin at all. It came from outside, from the river, traveling through the air until it met the glass. I don't know when I made the decision, only that I found myself dressing quickly, fumbling for the flashlight, and stepping into the night. The air was heavy, the woods saturated with the smell of damp soil. I moved carefully down the narrow path, each step crunching against gravel. My pulse throbbed so hard it drowned out the insects. When the river came into view, my stomach twisted. She was there again. The same woman, her wet dress clinging, her hair plastered against her pale skin. She walked that same invisible line along the shore, forward and back, as if she had never left. The water barely touched her ankles, yet her dress streamed as though she had been submerged. This time, though, she was not alone. The river around her stirred in strange ways. The current rippled unnaturally, flowing against itself in small whirlpools. Shapes rose just beneath the surface, shadows that pressed upward, stretching the water's skin before sinking back. Each time her bare feet touched the sand, the water seemed to respond, quivering outward like a pulse. I froze at the tree line, unable to step closer. She did not look at me this time. Her head tilted slightly, her lips moving in that same faint rhythm, but I could not hear words. The river murmured louder, swallowing her voice. For long minutes, I watched her pace. My throat grew dry, my body screaming to run. And yet I stayed, transfixed by the wrongness of it all. I needed to understand what bound her to this shoreline, what she spoke to in the current. Then, suddenly, she stopped. Her body turned sharply, facing the opposite bank. Her head lifted, her wet hair sliding from her face, and her mouth opened wider. This time I heard something, faint but distinct. A sound like many voices speaking in unison, their words overlapping in a garbled chorus. They rose from the river itself, echoing off the rocks, slipping through the trees. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it made no difference. The voices seeped into me, vibrating in my chest, settling behind my eyes. I couldn't make out their words, not exactly, but the tone was pleading. 1,000 voices begging all at once. The woman's body arched slightly as though she were answering them. Her hand lifted, dripping water, and she gestured toward the opposite bank. The shadows beneath the river grew darker, swelling like figures pressing to rise. "No," I whispered. The word tore out of me, though I did not know to whom I spoke. Her head snapped toward me. Our eyes met, and for the first time, I felt something other than cold detachment in her gaze. There was sorrow there, deep and unending, the kind that bleeds into anger. She raised her hand higher, and the voices swelled. The river writhed. I stumbled backward, crashing into the trees, branches snapping loud in the silence. My flashlight beam jerked wildly across the ground, catching glimpses of her face, her dripping figure, the rippling shadows beneath her. "Go," she mouthed again, but this time the word was not inside my head. It rasped from her lips, broken and wet, carried by the river's chorus. I ran. Branches tore at my arms, stones slid beneath my boots. But I did not stop until the cabin door slammed behind me. I stood there in the dark, chest heaving, listening for pursuit. None came. All night, the voices haunted me. Not loud enough to be distinct, but lingering like the echo of a dream. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw her face, her lips shaping words meant for the river. The next morning, I decided I had to know more. I could not simply endure night after night of waiting for her return, of wondering what I had stumbled upon. In town, there was a small library housed in an old stone building. I drove there with shaking hands on the wheel, half convinced I would find nothing, half dreading what I might uncover. The librarian, an older woman with sharp eyes, guided me toward the local history shelves when I asked about drownings or accidents along the Little Pine River. The records were sparse, but patterns emerged. Accounts of floods that had taken families, Reports of young women who had disappeared near the river's bend. Bodies never recovered. Rumors of a bride who drowned herself after her husband to be vanished on the water. Each tale was different, but they shared a thread: always women, always lost to the current, their stories absorbed by the river. One account from the early 1900s struck me hardest. It described a woman named Eliza Turner, who was seen wandering the banks barefoot on the night her child was swept away. Witnesses claimed she returned every night thereafter, searching the shoreline, until one evening she vanished as well. Some said she walked into the water and never came back. Others whispered she still roamed a river at midnight, calling to her child. I closed the book with trembling hands. The woman I saw could have been Eliza, or she could have been any of the countless others claimed by the water. Maybe she was all of them, woven together into one restless figure. That night, I told myself I would not go back. I locked the door, closed the curtains, and tried to drown the silence with the hiss of an old radio. But the river has a way of reaching through walls. At midnight, I heard it again. The knocking on glass, the faint chorus of voices rising through the trees. I lay in bed, frozen, until the sound stopped. Then, against every instinct, I found myself rising once more, drawn toward the door, the path, the waiting river. The third night began like the others, but there was no illusion of choice left in me. The river had hooked its claws deep, and I knew that no lock, no curtain, no wall of wood could keep its voice out. At midnight, the cabin grew impossibly still. The air seemed to thin, every sound around me folding inward until only the faint, patient rhythm of knocking remained. It wasn't frantic, nor was it loud. It was steady, like a metronome guiding me toward the inevitable. I sat on the edge of the bed, my body trembling, my mind screaming to resist. But the longer I listened, the more the resistance frayed. The knocking was not on the window anymore. It was inside my chest, against my ribs, a command drumming from within. When I stood, my legs moved without argument. My boots felt heavier than stone, but still I laced them. The flashlight waited on the table, though I barely trusted its beam to matter anymore. The door's hinges moaned as I pulled it open, and the night rushed in like cold breath. The path to the river seemed shorter than ever, the trees bending over me like witnesses unwilling to interfere. My heart pounded so hard, I thought the forest itself could hear it. Yet nothing stirred. Even the cicadas had gone quiet. Only the river waited. When I stepped out of the tree line, she was already there. The woman. She paced the same narrow line along the shore, her wet dress clinging, her hair dripping dark across her shoulders. But something was different this time. The rhythm of her steps was sharper, urgent. The river did not murmur quietly beneath her. It roared, though its waters still ran shallow, as though unseen depths had been opened. Shapes writhed beneath the surface, shadows longer, darker, more defined than before. They pressed upward like drowning figures, twisting arms and faces just beneath the ripples. The sight made bile rise in my throat, but I could not look away. Her lips moved quickly now, and the voices of the river answered, louder, clearer. This time I could almost understand them. The words tangled, overlapping, but they carried the cadence of pleas. Help! Let us out! Find me! The weight of so many voices layered together made my knees shake. I wanted to turn, to run, to end this once and for all. But then she stopped walking. Her body turned slowly, deliberately, until her gaze locked onto me. The sorrow in her eyes was deeper than before, and it struck me harder than fear. Her arm lifted, shaking with effort, and she extended her hand toward me. "No," I whispered, backing away. Her lips formed another word. "Not go. Not this time. Stay." The voices of the river swelled with it, chanting, weaving the word into a dreadful harmony. My chest tightened, my breath shortening as though the air itself was being pulled from me. My flashlight beam flickered across her figure, catching the droplets streaming from her hand, her arm, her face. And in those drops, for the briefest second, I saw reflections, dozens of pale faces staring back at me from the water clinging to her. My head spun. The shadows in the river writhed faster, desperate, clawing at the barrier that held them. One broke through, just for a moment. A pale, distorted hand thrust from the surface. Fingers spread wide. The sight made me cry out, stumbling backward on the stones. The woman's face twisted then, no longer sorrowful but sharp with urgency. Her lips shaped a final word, "Choose." I didn't understand. Choose what? To help. To flee. To give myself to the current as she had. The ground beneath my boots vibrated as the river swelled. The voices grew thunderous, their pleas turning frantic. The water rose unnaturally high for a river that's shallow, lapping at the rocks, threatening to spill over the banks. The woman stepped forward, her bare feet touching the water, but she did not sink. She glided, each step parting the river, until she stood in the center of the current. Her arms lifted as though to welcome something, or someone. The shadows below surged upward, pressing against her legs, her waist, her chest. They clung to her like children grasping for their mother. Her head tilted back, and she cried out, this time aloud, the sound ripping raw through the night. It was not human. It was the sound of water forced through stone, of floodgates breaking. And then silence. The river stilled. The shadows sank. The voices fell quiet all at once, leaving a silence so absolute it rang in my ears. She stood alone in the water, dripping, trembling, her eyes locked on me. I thought, hoped, that it was over, that whatever battle she fought had ended. But her gaze told me otherwise. Slowly, she lifted her arm again. She pointed, not at the opposite bank, not at the woods, at me. I froze. Her lips moved one last time, shaping words I finally understood. You're next. The current surged beneath her, pulling backward as though preparing to lunge. My body reacted before thought could. I spun and bolted into the trees, the flashlight beam jerking wildly, branches tearing at my face and arms. Behind me, I heard the river roar to life again, its waters thrashing against the banks, chasing me with a sound like galloping hooves. I didn't stop until the cabin door slammed shut behind me, the lock snapping into place. I stood there in the dark, gasping, clutching the flashlight until my knuckles turned white. The river quieted after that. No knocking, no voices, just silence that stretched into dawn. But silence can be worse than noise. I left the cabin that morning. I packed quickly, hardly able to think, my hands fumbling with every buckle and zipper. I did not look at the river when I passed it. I could feel it, though, its weight pressing against the trees, its hunger waiting. Back in town, I told no one. What could I say? That a woman who had drowned a century ago walked the banks at midnight. That the river spoke with the voices of the dead. That she had chosen me as her successor. I drove back to the city, the familiar roads and lights bringing a fragile comfort. But comfort does not erase memory. At night, in the noise of traffic, I still hear it. The faint knock against glass, steady and patient. When it rains, I catch the rhythm of footsteps pacing the shoreline. And sometimes, when I pass a reflection in a window or a puddle, I see her face staring back. I know the truth now. You cannot walk away from the river once it has seen you. It follows, waiting, whispering through every faucet, every gutter, every storm drain. Its voices seep into dreams, soft at first, then louder. Always pleading, always demanding. I do not know how long I have before it calls me back. But I feel it already, tugging at the edges of my life, pulling me toward water. And when I stand at the shoreline again, because I will, whether I want to or not, I know she'll be there, pacing in her dripping dress, her pale eyes fixed on me, ready to pass on what she carries. The river never gives back what it takes. It only lends its burden to the next.